Casanova on all night. It's like a type of alchemy. Introduce me to your best friend. I can come and slide right in. A satellite ain't even that far. I kinda wonder where you are. Already know I can leave it alone. You're on my mind. Already gave you the time and the place, so don't be shy. Just come be the man I need. Tell me you got something to give. I want it. I kinda like it when you call me wonderful. Whatever the type of talk it is, come on then. I gotta know you're meant to be the man I need. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, talk to me. Be the man that I need, baby. Talk to me, be the man that I need, need. Talk to me, be the man that I need, baby. Talk to me, be the man. I'd like to think you feel the same way, but I can't tell with you sometimes. So baby, let's get on the same page. Stop making me read between the lines. Already know I can leave it alone. You're on my mind. Already gave you the time and the place, so don't be shy. Just come be the man I need. Tell me you got something to give. I want it. I kinda like it when you call me wonderful. Whatever the type of talk it is, come on then. I gotta know you're meant to be the man I need. Talk to me, 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 talk to me. Be the man that I need, baby. Talk to me, be the man that I need, need. Talk to me, be the man that I need, baby. Talk to me, be the man.
I think about you when I don't want to. When it's 3 in the morning, it's like your body's calling. I think about you when I don't want to. I never get a warning. I wish I got a warning. I think about you when I don't want to. When it's 3 in the morning, it's like your body's calling. I think about you when I don't want to. I never get a warning. I wish I got a warning. I think about you.
Hello, y'all. Hold on, wait. Let's jam out a little longer. Hold on. I paid my taxes, baby. Coachella. Oh. 10 grand check written today, baby, for the government. Woo! All right. Hi. We're here. Hello. Hello. Listen, I fist bump. Might as well set your money on fire. Literally. It's hot. I know I got my AC on. It is a beautiful day in New York today. It is gorgeous. Hello, hello. We are late because, guys, I had to pay my taxes. And I forgot how it's like a 35-minute drive to my accountant. So it was like a little bit longer than everything was all over the place this morning a little bit, getting that taken care of. But and I forgot that they don't send my taxes out. So then I had to go to the post office to mail my taxes and get stamps. And it was a whole, I have like a full story on what happened because something also crazy happened while I was driving back. So it was a whole thing, but we paid the taxes. They're done. It happened. Yay, taxes. So that is that. They went out. Paid my 12 grand. Adulting, honey. Proud of you. Thank you. So please have my money offshore as a joke. Literally taxes. Ugh, love it. But yes, here we are. Queen, can we go to Wegmans together? Sure. Girl, Wegmans is expensive though these days. I've been just shopping at Walmart because Wegmans, their prices keep going up. And I'm like, okay, girl, get out of here. Hi, Hannah. How are you? But so anyway, so this is the funny story, right? So I go to go do my taxes, right? I do my taxes, whatever. And then I have to drive to go to the post office. Mind you, I have to drive 35 minutes away. So I drive to this place. I get my stuff from my accountant and like he gives me like all the forms. He's a great accountant. He gave me like basically the envelope with the thing. I should write the check, put it in the envelope, seal it, and send it, right? And so I'm like I just wrote out the checks. I'm driving to take it to the post office, which is another 30 minutes away. And so I stop at like, not a 7-Eleven, but kind of like a 7-Eleven where they do like pizza. Where you can get like pizza, you know how like most gas stations have pizza or whatever, because I was starving and I hadn't eaten lunch yet or even really breakfast. I had like a quick breakfast. So I was like, okay, so I get a slice of pizza and an iced tea, which I'm still drinking. And I get back into my car and I start driving down the road and I'm taking a bite of the pizza, guys. And as I'm taking a bite of the pizza, all the cheese, all the sauce just flops off and all down the front of me as I'm driving down the road. I crashed out so hard. I pulled over and I was like, you've got to be kidding me. I was like, are you shitting? The reason that I was annoyed is I was like, because then I had to drive back to my apartment to change and then back to the post office because I'm not going to the post office covered in pizza sauce. Okay. And also I was hungry. So I was hangry at that point. I was like, girl, 12K and now this. So I was like, this is insane. So I literally, I was so mad. So I kind of, you know, like pizza sauce, like you can't even, I don't even know. That's the part I'm pissed about. I was like, who made this goddamn pizza where it sucked? Because now that shirt is probably ruined too. I know, I should just not give a fuck. But I have a feeling that shirt now too was like covered in sauce. I don't know if it's gonna come out in the wash, so I gave it to my mom because my mom can get any stain out of a shirt. So I gave her the shirt and she's gonna wash it. But I was just so annoyed. I was like, I was so mad. I was like, girl. So basically, I spent like most of my day driving. Do you have to remember? I do. Yeah. I just gave it to my mom. I love her. She's there. She knows she'll be able to take care. I know she'll be able to take care of it. I'd fuck it up somehow. So that's why we're like not really late, but later than I wanted to be. Like I was planning to be live at our usual time, but by the time I got there, was leaving, spilled pizza all down my shirt. I was like, okay, I need 30 minutes. I was like, okay, a girl needs 30 minutes to like pull herself together. Needs herself together. So anyways, that was my morning. But taxes are done. Well, done-ish. Done as in I sent them in on time. Need a mental reset. Yeah. And then, yeah. So then I just had a whole bunch of other things I was getting done, but taxes. Yes. So those are now complete and out the door. And and hopefully out of my brain for right now. For right now. You starting later gave me time to watch the new season of Euphoria. Nice. Went to Ace Hardware today, and I guess yes, they do sell Pokemon cards at Ace Hardware. I wish I had an Ace Hardware. I'd buy some. Ugh. I always bring stained shirts or something that need to be sewed to my mom. Exactly. Listen, I could do the best treatment to it. My mom, she'll take her 2 seconds and it's perfect. I'm always like, okay, whatever. I'm literally doing exactly what you're doing, and somehow she's able to do it better than I am. I'm like, okay, I don't understand that. Yeah, Ace Hardware weirdly is like stocked to the brim with Pokemon cards. Like scalpers go there all the time. Hi Luke, how are you? It's good to see you. It's the mom touch. It is. So anyways, here we are. Zope bars for the win. I've heard of those. No, I ate like the crust of the pizza or the like bottom of the pizza. It still had some because it was a chicken wing pizza. So it still had some like chicken on it. So I ate that. And then I also like scarfed down 2 protein shakes. So I'm like, okay, I'm alive. I'm fine. And then if I need to order food, because I need to go grocery shopping, guys. I have no groceries in my house. I was like, ooh. Like, I went to eat breakfast this morning, and I was like, oh, girl, I need to get groceries. Like, I am on nothing in my house right now. You're going to send early. You're going to send early and shit yourself. Yeah, no. Time over the Home Depot. I have nothing to. Yeah, I was like, oh, I got to get some food. The thing is, I just hate shopping for food because I never know what I actually end up wanting. And then it just goes to waste. And that's why I hate it. I like will go shopping for food and I'll buy stuff. And then I'm like, I did see that. Yeah, chocolate. That's crazy. Guys, my nose itching again. Always. No more ice cream sandwiches. No. I'm going back to my my Outshine fruit bars. But yeah, I'll go to buy food and then what's tricky? Cook Unity. And then I'm like, okay, well, I don't actually want this anymore. And that's always my problem. And so sometimes I'm like, should I just be that person who's like, I'm going to the store today to buy the 3 ingredients I want for lunch. But then I'm like, I can't go to the grocery store every day. I'm like, should I go to the store, buy the 4 ingredients of things I want for lunch today? Like, what sounds good? But I'm like, that also is time, girl. Not with these gas prices, literally. That's also the tea. That's also the tea. I told my husband you ended your stream because you got the runs from Dairy, and he said he'd do the same. Exactly. Make a menu at the beginning. Yeah, I usually make a menu. Here's the thing for me. I will make a menu and have like, I'm going to do this and this and this and this. But then I will go, I'll either A, make the food, or B, get the ingredients and never make the food because I'm too lazy to make it. Because one, I hate cooking. If I truly, I've heard of those, Big Jamma. If I truly could like find a way to never have to cook, but still have fresh meals for myself every day, I would absolutely do that because I loathe cooking. I loathe it. I absolutely despise it. I even hate crock potting. Like, I just hate it. Meal delivery service, I'm a lazy bee. Yeah, I used Factor before. They just they do sometimes get a little repetitive, you know. We've had a Factor sponsor before. I loved Factor, but also I didn't always. And here's the issue. I would never. Yeah, it needs to be something I can warm up. That's the thing. Like, because I'm a person where like factory meals are great, but they're fresh, never frozen. That's like their whole tagline, right? So I would not eat them all because I literally was like, I can't. You know what I mean? And then I also can get frozen meals, but I'm like, I feel like the frozen meals are like not actually healthy for me. You know what I'm saying? Frozen sous vide and filled with protein. Interesting. Like, I'll get like the Gordon Ramsay shit, and I'm like, this isn't actually healthy for me. I'm like, I'm not actually eating good food, you know? Lean cuisine, they get repetitive. Yeah. It's just like, girl, I'm like, I just, you know. So I just want like that. Yeah. My roommate in college had some brand that did a healthy frozen meal prep thing. It looked good. Yeah. I need frozen because I need to be able to just like, even if it's like 2 weeks and I don't eat it, then I can just like heat it up 2 weeks from now. You know what I mean? Because I'm also that person where some days I don't want to eat the food that I've made. And I'm like, well, I need it frozen. Yes, we're doing Minecraft. Yeah. Kevin's are bad. Okay. You could always get the frozen bags of veggies and then steam the microwave on the side. I have done that. Yeah, I do that before. I do buy a lot of like the frozen like skillet meals, I guess, or whatever you call them. But I also get lazy with those too. I always get like those frozen like skillet meals that you like throw together. But also it's just like, I don't know. Frozen fruit does have a lot of ingredients. Yeah, it's like I want like fresh, good fruits. Kevin Natural frozen food bowls. Yeah, but like how much are they? That's the other thing too. The really good frozen food stuff is literally like $1 million. Is literally $1 million. And I'm like, okay. What do you do for breakfast? It depends. I often will order an omelet from my local diner if I really want that. Or I'll do a croissant that I get from Wegmans, or I will do a croissant and a protein shake. Or some days I rush whatever I have and that I can throw in my system. I am trying to, yeah, I feel like they need to, that's the thing, Megan. I got kind of sick of it. I don't like overnight oats because of the texture. I'm not an overnight oats girly. The texture to me, it's like slimy. I'm like, ugh, ugh. Yeah, I will do oatmeal sometimes, but then I'm like, and my tummy's so weird, you know? The issue for me is I have to get a lot of protein in a very small amount of food because my stomach, I don't eat a lot. So like I have to get a high amount of protein in without eating a ton of protein. Does that make sense? That makes sense. They're way better than normal ones. Okay, what about Cliff Bars? I love Cliff Bars. Oh my God, Cliff Bars are my lifesaver, but they're also so expensive. Literally, I buy a thing of Cliff Bars, it's like $30. I'm like, oh, God. You know, I was at like fresh Kodiak granola. I love that. Sometimes we'll do a yogurt parfait, but then I also buy yogurt and then I don't eat it. This is the problem is all the food that I buy, I will want one day of the week. And then I'll be nauseous from it the rest of the week. Like I have the second half of that chicken salad wrap that I ate yesterday for lunch on stream, and I feel nauseous just thinking about eating that for lunch today. And I'm like, I don't want that. I'm like, I feel nauseous just thinking about it. And I'm like, that I can't even fathom doing that. And that's my issue. That's my issue. Like I cannot meal prep because I never want the meal twice. or it's like sometimes I want it, sometimes I don't. What do we call this? So for me, this only happened after I had my gastric bypass surgery, and it's because of my stomach. My stomach is just like, I can't, a honey cannot do it. You know what I mean? Hi, Witchcraft, how are you? A honey cannot do it, you know? And I can't eat a lot of carbs. I do a lot more carb stuff like sandwiches and stuff, but that's why I do a lot of wraps because wraps are not heavy carb for me. I say as I eat a Subway sub. Hi, little ducky, how are you? But it also takes me like 3 days to eat a Subway sub, so I don't know. You know what I mean? I never eat, as you guys know, when I eat on stream, it's like an hour of me eating one small thing. I'm doing good. I'm a little tired today too. Even though I got like a lot of sleep, I was like, I might need coffee, but I didn't break. I didn't have any coffee today. And I have a quesadilla for lunch. Another fluffy quesadilla sickening. Yeah. Have you heard the flatbread? No, I have not. I don't. And again, I don't want to like go and get Subway because I also know it's not healthy. You know what I mean? It's like I just need like good stuff that I know I will always want. You know what I mean? That's the tea. It's like I don't know what I ever want. I'm like, all right. Yeah. And I like today I was like looking at my fridge and I was like, yeah, none of this sounds good. And that's why I always will be like, ordering out is so much easier for me because it's like I can figure out what I want. Hi, Luke Goblin, and then be like easy. You know what I mean? I'm like easy grab done, and I don't have to worry about it. You know, it's like I just don't have that, and that's the problem. And then stuff goes bad, and I'm like I have yogurt that went bad today because I didn't eat it, and I was like, ah, shit. You know, it's just stuff like that. So anyways, I don't even know how we got in that conversation, but I was just dealing with that today. I was like, okay. For McGriddle Bites I've been on. Ooh, okay. Food phobia post meal, literally. Yeah, and it just depends on the food. Some days I'm like, oh yeah, give me that. And then other days I'm like, I would rather die. I am forcing myself to eat before. Now, Megan, I used to eat after, but I'm forcing myself to eat before. I hate cooking. Oh yeah, and I also hate cooking. I just hate cooking. I hate it. I don't have. I feel like I never have the time. I have the time for it, but I feel like I never have the time for it. I feel like I never do it right. I feel like everything's always wrong. I never want to do it. I'm always miserable about it. I'm like, I'm like, I just don't like to do it. Eat in the AM if I try and eat after. Yeah. Oh, I don't eat after Adderall. That's why I don't eat. You guys wonder why I don't eat till like 2 or 3 p.m. It's because I'm literally have 1 gastric bypass and then 2 Adderall. Adderall makes me so not hungry that I don't eat until like 2 p.m. or 3 or 4 because I'm not hungry. until then, you know, usually. Love cooking, hate the dishes and how much time it takes. Yeah, I'm like, no, you know, I don't enjoy it either. I'm like, ugh. And then they're like, this is easy and fast. I'm like, this is not easy and fast. Oh my God. Oh, Nikki, I'm sending you so much love. Oh my gosh, I'm sending you so much love, my friend. My mom just started telling me how to cook like a ham on Easter. Yeah. 5 minutes to eat and 30 minutes to cook. Literally. I'm like, ugh. So anyways, I do a lot of protein shakes, you know? I do a lot of protein shakes. But that's why I order out a lot, because it's just so easy, but it's so expensive. And I'm like, I've heard of the Kevin's frozen meals before, though. Yeah, listen, you can only do so much in a crock pot. You know, I do crock pot mostly, but I will say, yeah, I've seen Kevin's meals a ton. Yes, okay, I've seen these before. Yeah, they have these at Wegmans. The issue is they're so expensive. This is the problem, is like good frozen, I guess you just have to kind of deal with it. Good frozen food is going to be expensive, and I just have to like deal with that, you know? What are your favorite protein shakes? I cannot drink regular. Teelan, you're so sexy. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's no alert playing. I don't know why. I don't know why there's no alert playing. I don't know why there isn't. There should be. Hello? Okay, well, let me play one instead. Are you kidding me? Hello?
Baby, I shake that ice.
5 gifted.
Shake that ice.
Hi, Maud.
Shake that ice. I shake that ice. Shake that ice.
Helping us with our goals. Thank you, guys. W gifted. Yes. Thank you, baddies. Wait, Bessie, what do you go to? Crockpot meals? I always do easy. It's a different form of like either a rice bowl or chili. That's my crockpot meals usually. Rice bowls or chili are usually my go-tos. Those are slop bowls, basically. Slop bowls. So whatever doesn't make me sick. Yeah. I do. Again, so I can't drink regular protein shakes. I drink like the Oikos yogurt protein shakes. They're basically Danimals for adults. I drink those. I love them. I get the 20. They make little ones that are 10 grams of protein and then ones that are 20 grams of protein. Pop a couple of those babies. Mwah. They are thick. Yeah. I literally had 2 mango ones before I started stream. Just because I've tried, I hate the taste of like whey protein. Yeah, they don't taste like, just taste like Danimals. Like if you ever had Danimals when you were a kid, it tastes exactly like a Danimals. Oh, I mean, you go get one. Yeah, they're good. They're good. They taste like a yogurt shake. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's yogurt. It's just yogurt. It tastes like yogurt. Hey, protein powder. Yeah, no good. Alani protein shakes are good too. No sweepstakes with Dylan Coles, but yeah, no sweepstakes there. None there. Yeah, the lactose thing is crazy. Making burritos. I've tried burritos. Here's the thing. I do it, and I guess I don't know how to heat them up because either 2 things happen to me when I heat up a burrito and I make it, okay? Here's the 2 things that happen to me. 1, the burrito itself becomes sopping wet, and it's disgusting. Or it becomes rock hard, and I have to, like, crunch to cut it in half when I reheat them, both in the microwave and in the air fryer. So I'm like, okay, something I'm doing is wrong with these tortillas. Like, it's either sopping wet or rock hard. And I'm like, this is not... Ugh. What kind of burritos are you eating? I mean, they're just regular burritos. I make, like, you know, frozen burritos that you freeze. But it's like the moisture makes the, like, tortilla, like, you know what I mean? And it's like... And then immediately... And then the issue is, I could warm up another one, and I could do it perfect. I'm like... Nope, because once I have that nausea of a specific thing, it's like I can't eat it for days afterwards. Like it has to be perfect or I cannot eat it. And that's the problem. Yeah. Girls, do you have an air fryer? Yes, but when I put them in the air fryer, it gets them all fucked up. Again, here's the thing, guys. I am not good at even using my microwave or my air fryer. I'm not good at it. I'm really not. I can't, like, I don't know what it is. It's like, ugh. I can't. At least you're hot. Thank you. At least someone said it. Bridget, no, this is a nice dress shirt. Leave me alone. Oh, the tortilla gets hot and the filling is cold in the middle. Immediately no. Yes. It's the worst. It's the worst. It's really not breakfast that's the problem for me. It's actually more on-stream lunches and stuff after stream where I struggle the most. On-stream lunches, I'm constantly like, Like, I'm gonna try and eat that chicken Caesar wrap here in a little bit and see how I feel about it. But I'm also like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's so funny because I literally used to be able to eat garbage and I'd be like, yeah, baby, feed it to me, honey. And now it's like, nope, not a chance. Not a chance. Not an absolute chance. Like, I just never had like I was never a picky eater. I was never a picky eater. It's just now because of the way that my stomach works. It's just like, you know. Players just go for it. That's what I do. Gleep, gloop, and glop. It's less a flavor. It's a texture thing. My mind with texture, it can be a day. It usually is a texture thing for me that I'm like, no, I can't. No, I can't do it. Like, it's a texture thing. Do you like ramen? I do. I can't do soups though. So soups are hard for me because, okay, so the reason that I can't do soups, like, okay, imagine this cute little Pikachu keychain is the size of my stomach, right? And then everybody else's stomach is like, I don't know, a regular size Squishmallow. When I do soup, it fills up here so fast. So like ramen, even though there's noodles and shit, it still fills up very quickly. Very, very quickly. And so like I don't get enough protein. Same with carbs. So like, you know, French fries, anything that's a carb, immediate filling, right? Immediate filling. So then it just doesn't work for my stomach because then I'm immediately full or I get sick from it. And so I don't eat enough protein because of that, and I have to get enough protein, obviously. So that's part of the problem. It's like a balance of protein versus not having enough protein. So a lot of my meals have to be just very heavy protein veggie based and not heavy super carb, you know. I tried to hang it up. It didn't work right. I gotta this clip is not the right type of clip. It like it had it like hung like this. Bits of expected to have my Wait, Cheyenne, what are you saying, girl? What are you saying? Guess it's about way of reaching out to somebody who cares. Kelly, I'm sending you love. It's about teen pregnancy. I'm sorry, I don't understand what's happening in the chat right now. What are we talking about? Wait, I'm so confused. I'm very confused on what's happening in the chat right now. My brain is not comprehending what's being said. It's an if you know, you know. It's a show, don't worry about it. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. It's something I just don't know the context of. Show's called Unexpected. Okay. Is it just something? It doesn't do with food, right? I was so confused. I was like, wait, what's happening? I was just very confused. Don't take your fight. Okay, Slay. Who is, yeah, I don't know who Rita is either. I'm so sorry though. I'm glad you're here. I just was very confused for a second. I was like, wait, I don't understand what's happening. 13-year-old boy and 15-year-old girl have a baby and their parents are awful. Oh, is it like the teen pregnancy show? Wait, where did they even come from? Were we talking about teen pregnancy? Yeah, sorry, I just saw a post about it. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, guys, I promise you. I don't know what's going on. I was like, I have no idea what's happening. Okay, gotcha. It's just, you're good, Shine. You're so good. I just was like, wait, what's happening? I was like, I'm so confused. Back to the food shit. That's my whole thing there. And yes, I'm glad that you're here, Scallywags. Please, I'm sending you lots of love, my friend. I really am. I'm sending you lots and lots of love. Lots and lots of love. I'm glad that you're here. We are playing Minecraft, guys, and we are going to start very quickly on TikTok because we obviously started late. Hi, Mrs. Mercury. So won't be yapping for too long. So that's the plan for today. As of right now. Do you have the egg ick? I don't. I sometimes do. Again, it depends. It depends how the eggs are made. For me. An omelet or a scramble, I love because there's other food things in it. Other types of eggs, not so much. But like a scramble with like, you know, like sausage or like ham or spinach, all of those things, that I can do right now. Any type of other egg, not so much. Especially, I tried doing quiche for a while and quiche was good, but quiche kind of gets like flaky after the eggs get kind of almost like, I don't want to say powdery, but flaky. I'm like, nope. I don't know much information about the bypass. Does your stomach ever get bigger or the same size? It basically says the same size. It can expand. It can. I mean, just with anything, if I were to continue to push the limits of my stomach, it could go back to, it would never return to the way it was, right? I'm glad. Well, I'm glad you're here. It would never return to the way it was, but you can obviously like start to gain weight again. You could start with anything. I'm at the point right now, my 2-year journey on the bypass, where I could start to gain weight again because I've gone down to basically what the surgery will take off for me. So it's like now I'm like balancing that with my overall thing, you know. So it will never return to the normal size, but my appetite is very much different than it was when I first started. Do you have a huddle? No, I don't have either of those. Those are very Southern things. So like, for example, when I first had surgery, I didn't eat solid foods for 6 months. Like I ate not a single, and I couldn't. And I would take like 3 bites of food and be done. Now I can eat half of a sandwich and be okay. You know what I mean? Would you all have to replace that up there? Nothing. Nothing really. There's no breakfast places really. Like there's no chain. We don't have chain breakfast places really. I mean, maybe Denny's, I guess. But no one goes to Denny's. Mom and pop, yeah. All we really have are mom and pop diners. That's what we have. We have like local, like mom and pop diners are everywhere around here. Everywhere around here. Like I have 3 near me that I go to. Most you're able to eat were small portions of salads. Yeah. Again, I literally could not eat anything. Okay, so good breakfasts. Yeah, and they're cheap too. I like your shirt. Thank you, Zach. I appreciate it. And they were like cheap, or what was I saying? Yeah, I just couldn't eat that like I could. So now I can eat like regular. Like I would say if I sat down for a meal with you guys and we like ate a meal together, I would be able to eat half of my meal or most of my meal, usually. Before, like a year and a half ago, I'd take like 3 bites and be like, okay, I'm done. So it does, your body, my stomach does return a little bit to being able to eat more food or just tolerate more food. It's less eating more, it's more tolerating, I guess is the word. Are we going on a date? Not that I know of. Do you know something I don't? Do you know something I don't? Yeah, Waffle House is like a breakfast place, but isn't it like a 24-hour breakfast place or something? Again, I've never been. I've never been before. I've never been. Okay. I mean, we can go on a date. I mean, we can go on a date if you want to. We can if you want to. Right now, I like the food and tell you I'm full and done with the food. Yeah. It really depends. It really just depends. It really just depends. Wait, Bess, do you like Perry's ice cream? I do. I don't get to eat ice cream a lot. Ice cream makes me, so sugar makes me sick. Sugar makes me sick, usually. Like high amounts of sugar. So like I don't go, like when my family goes out for ice cream, every time I go out to get ice cream with them, I will get ice cream and I will get physically ill because it makes me sick. It's what's called, when you have gastric bypass, there's a thing called dumping syndrome. And your stomach cannot handle the sugar that goes into your body. And so you get like the sweats, you start to feel like, I get like a headache, I get physically ill, I have a stomach ache, you get the shits eventually, you either vomit or you don't, like, and that's what happens when you intake too much sugar, when you have gastric bypass. Do you have siblings? I do. I have one biological brother. The worst name for a side effect. Yeah. So usually I don't eat ice cream often, or if I do eat ice cream, it'll be a couple of bites of ice cream. I ate that ice cream sandwich on stream the other day and I regretted it because that's what happened. I had the sugar crash, basically. Dumping syndrome, pick a better name. I know. So it's like lactose intolerant. It's less lactose intolerant in that you're just gassy. It's a very active, like it's hard to describe it. It's much more active. It's an overwhelming you physically, it's like you're puking, your legs are weak, you're sweating, you can't focus, you can't see straight, you get a headache. Like it's all those things all at once. So it's multiple things. Basically what's happening is your body is trying to get rid of that sugar as fast as it can. So it's trying to sweat it out. It's literally just trying to get rid of the sugar as much as possible. Do the Outshine bars? No, the Outshine bars are not, because they're natural. Natural sugar is fine. It's artificial sugar that I can't do. Artificial. So ice cream, chocolate, candy, it's like food poisoning. Yeah, I would compare it to food poisoning. If I had to compare it to something, it's food poisoning, and it usually lasts for me like 45 minutes to an hour if I have the dumping syndrome that happens, usually. So I don't eat ice cream very often because of that. Sometimes sugar-free, yeah, sugar-free is okay. It really just depends. It can be, some people can, and it just depends on, the thing is, it's individual. Like some people can tolerate it, some people cannot. Like there's things that my mom cannot tolerate that I can. I can tolerate bread and carbs a lot better than she can, because she had a gastric bypass too. She cannot tolerate any bread or any carbs at all. She can't. I can, you know. But then you get your alcohol, which also makes me, yeah. So it's like, there's just different, there's just different things, right? And there's different types of sugar too. You know what I mean? There's like, ice cream sugar is a lot different than like, I don't know, other types of sugar, you know? I don't know. So anyways, that's the tea that's associated with that. Oh, interesting. I have a family member who had GP and has type of diabetes, and just figured that was from her high blood sugar when that happened to her. That sometimes happens too, Mal. Yeah, I mean, it's a combination. But for me, I know what my high blood sugar feels like versus what this is. I'm like physically ill, Yeah, there's like obviously natural sugars and then artificial sugars too, right? Like there's different types of sugars that your body consumes. So I'm more used to, like, now my body can do natural sugars fine. Artificial sugars, not so much. But also depends. Some fruit I can't eat. Apples, I can't eat apples. I don't know why, but my body physically gets ill anytime I eat an apple. I can't eat an apple. I cannot. Same with grapes. Grapes and apples, I cannot do. Strawberries, I'm okay with. And oranges, I'm okay with. Those types of things. But grapes and apples specifically, my body cannot handle. Peaches, thank you for the sub. Up with the goal. Tier 1 for 3 months in advance, by the way. Oh, you're a baddie. J-Roll, it got a lot better, yes. Barbie, thank you for the follow. My diabetes changed significantly. The main thing, yes. Yeah. I have basically the same thing right now, kind of, but blood sugar right now, and I can't decide whether to be low or high. Yeah, I feel that. 6 months, by the way, I can't see ahead that far because of this. Yeah, true. Oh my God, I can't eat grapes and apples either. Yeah, no, I just cannot eat them. Are you type 1? Yeah, I've had it since I was 6 years old. 6 years old. This little queen has had diabetes. Guys, I'm gonna get Minecraft ready to go here in a second. I'm gonna load it up while we keep yapping for a few. But 6 years old, I've been a type 1 diabetic. So my whole life, basically. My whole life. I'm so used to it at this point. But I'm so much better than I was. I mean, like it's a night and day difference, you know, than what it used to be. Nice, Cheyenne. I can't imagine. I'm a nurse, so I take care of uncontrolled diabetics all the time. Yeah. It was a long process of getting things under control, but now it's much better. But it's also a lot of new self-regulating things as well. So it's a lot. Grapefruit. Yeah, I did hear that too. Yeah, there's a lot. So anyways, where are we going with this? I don't even know what we're talking about. Stomach. Oh, frozen meals and cooking. I just hate cooking, and I have to go grocery shopping. So I hate going grocery shopping. I'm like, I just can't do it. I think what I need to do is just buy for go to the grocery store like maybe 3 times a week and buy for like a couple days rather than trying to buy for a week, like a full week. Just buy for like, Zach, I'm so excited. Thank you so much again. Just for like 3 days, maybe. And just get like things for like 3 days worth of food, you know? That's how the Brits do it. I know. I mean, I know a lot of people who literally go to the store every day to get their food. But for me, I don't have the time to do that shit. You know what I mean? I also hate going to the grocery store. They don't rely on the pump anymore. It's like new. Yes, I did see that. Yeah, yeah. A lot of it. It's a lot of these things have existed, so it's a cool thing, T-Lin. I've read about it. It's all of it's experimental. The issue is what it's dependent upon is if your pancreas does have any semblance of ability to create insulin. Mine is a dead organ. She literally does not do a single thing. She just sits in my body. She's like a fucking leech. So I don't know necessarily. Basically what I have now is a robot exterior pancreas. Like I have my pump, you could see my pump here. I got my pump right here, and my sensor right here that takes my blood sugar, and then I have my insulin delivery right there, baby. And I got those two constantly on, constantly on. What I think they should try and do is find ways where it can be more automated. So like when you're eating, because your body automatically, when you eat food, when you eat food with your pancreas detects that you're eating food. It detects the intake, and so it releases insulin, right? What I think they need to focus on less on curing or trying to fix the pancreas or whatever. And I think there are things that they're doing. They need to create a machine or a device like what I have on my body that detects the food that I'm eating. Not that they have to know what the food is, but it detects how much is going into my body so that it can automatically release the insulin. And then it's just an automated system at that point. And I think that's one of the goals. And that's where that's my goal, is like I get to a point where they create a device that specifically detects the food that I'm intaking and how much to deliver and self-regulate based off of that. That's kind of the ideal, right? That's kind of the ideal. So I don't know. But baddies, let's talk about today, shall we? We're Minecrafting it up. We're gonna go Minecraft for a bit. Today's gonna be an interesting stream because obviously we were a little late, but we're gonna play for as long as we can. We're gonna rock. We're gonna roll. We're gonna see how things go. We got some goals to slay today. All right, we got some goals to slay today. We got stuff on TikTok and we got stuff on Purple, and I think we can do it on Twitch. Hi Rachel, how are you? It's good to see you. I think we can slay those goals up. I have faith in us. So that's what we got on both platforms this afternoon. Yeah, here's what I will say. That's where I want AI to be. That's where I want AI to be. My personal opinion for AI, that's where AI should exist. Like what they are doing, putting AI in medical devices and medical research, that's where it needs to exist. Not in making, Facebook profile pictures for your mom, but for helping automate people's life through AI, specifically medical advancements. Yeah. So like that's where you want that. That's where I want that AI. I don't want it for fucking, making your mom's Facebook profile picture. I want it for making it. It's still a spooky thing because it's like, it's also experimental, but also everything's experimental at the end of the day. And I'd rather experiment and be good than not, That's where I want AI to work. That's where I've always wanted AI to be, is like working on things to help automate medical procedures. And like, this is what I'll say. Actually, what's so funny to me? Like a lot, and maybe this is going to be a very hot take, so please don't come for me for this. But the in the pit, when Dr. Al-Hashimi was recommended that the doctors use AI to help do their charting, I'm not against use of AI in that case, personally. And I know that's a hot take. Maybe it's a hot take. I don't know. Like, things to help overall to fix issues that exist in the world that are not, things that we don't need. That's what I think AI should be used for, right? Like being able to use it as a way to automate and help with doctors getting out on time, doctors getting out of work on time, medical documentation. I mean, fuck, my psychiatrist uses AI for medical documentation, and she sends me the notes every time, and my therapist too. They both use it. They both use it for note taking, and I love it because then they're not focused on typing in the notes and charting. They're focused on me, the patient. And that's where I think it's useful. Obviously, like, there's still issues with it, of course, but for me, everyone was like, fuck her for using AI. And I was like, actually, I don't mind that. Yeah, I think that's the issue with it right now, Megan, is it's obviously not human checked or foolproof. You know what I mean? I don't want to use AI for my documentation for clients. I mean, here's the thing. I still think the doctor needs to check it. Like, my very, very hot take is, and this is my very hot take, people will still do what they love and work what they love when automation exists for things. And so I think that there will come a time, if AI regulation comes out, where it's not, and this is the issue, is that there's no regulation, right? And this is the point that I'm trying to make. When there is regulation, this is where it's good. It's a good thing. You know what I mean? But you're not feeding LLM with it, because there are laws for HIPAA even with AI that exist. So I think that's important. And also, I'm going to be real. I'm going to be very, very real. For if someone's saying AI is not diagnosing people, here's my really hot take. Some doctors don't know how to diagnose people. Do you know how many doctors I went to who didn't know that I had ADHD for several years before they finally confirmed that I had ADHD? Like, finally. Humans are imperfect beings. Humans are imperfect, and they always have been and always will be. And a lot of doctors in the world, they're kind of ass. Some of them, especially old doctors, especially old ass doctors. Like, doctors in my area, I don't go see old doctors because they misdiagnose people. Like my grandmother, she almost died of a heart attack because she was misdiagnosed by her doctor. My grandfather died because he was misdiagnosed by his doctor for several years. I think things like AI can actually fix that problem. And that's where I want AI to be used. I don't want it to be used to create artwork, to create content, to replace people. I want it to help ensure that people live longer and that there is a way that people can live a healthy work-life balance. That's what I want. That's what I want. And there needs to be very strong and strict regulations and environmental regulations on it, you know? You know what I mean? Do you have anything as this in healthcare too? Yeah. I think the issue is, and I'm of the same mind. Yeah, you can't just you're not just using, you know, Grok to take your notes for therapy. Like, there are HIPAA laws that go on with AI right now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not feeding it to, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not using Grok or ChatGPT recording the medical notes. There are times where I would rather actually have more of a confirmation from a larger scientific standpoint than a doctor who might not know things. You know what I mean? Whole time. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the case for a lot of things. And it's nobody's specific fault, but it's just that humans are imperfect beings. And sometimes they just don't know what's going on with you. And that's why you have to be your own medical, you know how I talk about being your own medical advocate for yourself, because when you know there's something wrong and there's something wrong and they're not saying something's wrong, you know. But there are times where I was like, when I was in junior high school, I ended up they thought I had celiac disease. They thought I had all these diseases because I was having intense pain in my stomach. And I ended up having it was like I don't know, infection. But they tested me. I had several months where they put me on what was called like a brat diet. And all it was just a common infection in my intestines. And that's what I had. The brat diet, yeah. And that's the thing where it's like, that to me is where I think AI could be more useful. Because it's not replacing somebody's job. It's actually, and not trying to create something or be something. It's actually trying to make our lives better and make society actually better. There just has to be regulations on it. There has to be regulations on it, or it's not going to be good. And so I think right now, obviously, there's like a hyper-vigilant. There's two very big camps. I think there's an anti-AI camp, and then there's like a who gives a fuck, I'm gonna use Grok and ChatGPT all the time camp. And I feel like the issue is like we're using it. People are focusing on the wrong. People are using AI for the wrong thing. That's the issue. The world is using AI for the wrong thing. They're just using it for the wrong thing. They're using it to ask it Google questions, and using it to make a recipe for them, and using it to, you know, draw a picture of them. You like Donald Trump posted yesterday as a picture of Jesus Christ. Like that's what they're using ChatGPT and AI for. And it's like, actually we should be using AI for medical advancements, for making it so people can have a better work-life balance, for, you know, all of that shit. Like that's what it should be used for. Less that it needs to be used for, you know, no shape of blasphemy. Yeah, girl, don't even start on that shit. I mean, I'm not surprised that everyone was shocked by that. I was like, girl, are we shocked at all? Your AIDS are exactly like that's what I think is important to me. That's what I think. And I think generative AI is different than that AI, right? And that's also the important thing. Generative AI is different than that type of AI. So I don't know how we got into the AI stance of things, but there you go. Being a doctor, yeah, sure. Okay, want to see sorry, not to be like, oh my God, ChatGPT being used. I did see something hysterical. So one of the news sources that posted a TikTok of him saying it was him as a doctor, a bunch of people used ChatGPT to put their face on Jesus Christ, and they were like, me going to the mall. It was like me working my office job. And again, I hate AIR. I don't think it's funny, but I thought that very specific thing was hysterical because they were like making I was dying last night. Like it was so like it was so funny. People be like, me as a lawyer, and it was like him as Jesus Christ, as like this random dude as Jesus Christ. I was like, oh my God. Feels like Dr. Walt. Yeah, AI customer service, bad. You know what I mean? You were gonna. I was. So, anyways, that's my hot take, and that's what AI should be used for. Like AI should actually detect what I'm putting into my body. AI should be used to detect the way my blood sugar rises and lowers, and determine what the right, because AI can be used to determine what the right composition is needed for. Because when I go to my diabetic doctor, for example, and I'm having a month where I'm having extreme low blood sugars or extreme high blood sugars, we adjust not based off of science, but based off of the hope that what they're doing is correct. The hope that they're adjusting my insulin rate and levels will regulate my body. But that doctor doesn't know for sure that that's the case. They have no idea. It's always just well, we'll have to wait and see and come back in 3 months and we'll see where you're at. And every time that happens, my body is either getting better or getting worse, and you don't know. We don't know, right? AI should be used for that's what it should be used for, is in the moment determining of things. You know what I mean? Yep, that's why it's called practicing medicine. Yes, but also no. Yes, but also no. Yes, but also no. Oh, that's like my depression meds. Yeah. Practicing medicine is you're just a doctor who works in medicine. That doesn't mean that like your job. I'm sorry. I should not lose my toes because my doctor does not know how to regulate my system. Like I shouldn't have to every month possibly get closer to losing my feet with my diabetes because my doctor is unable to predict or is practicing what they need to know. Like that isn't what we should be hoping for something different, right? We should be hoping for something different. And that should be the goal, right? And that's what I think AI should be used for, not for writing pictures of your mom, you know, or whatever. Yeah, it's practicum, not practicing. Yeah, it's practicum. That's right. Yeah. Have you guys seen The Creator on Netflix? It's so good. No, I haven't. Hi, Care Bear. How are you? But that's my hot medical take. Also, just my hot AI take. It is though. It is. That's my. Because I've lived a life, guys, where I have neuropathy in my feet because of the way that my body was treated with diabetes. You know what I mean? And could that maybe 15 years from now have been prevented through a more in real time regulatory system? Absolutely. 100%. But now I will always have neuropathy in my feet, and I cannot change that. Right? That is something that I now have for the rest of my life. You know, that's just something that I do now for the rest of my life. I will have. So it's a balance, right? And I think that's an important thing, especially for people who have autoimmune lifelong diseases. Is that where your toes go numb? Yes. Neuropathy is when you lose feeling in your in different body parts. So basically, when my blood sugar is high, I'm having a high blood sugar, or what happens is basically like crystal little shards form of sugar, crystalline sugar, because the insulin is not breaking up the sugar in your body, and it is attacking this like the literal neurons and senses in your feet. Specifically, it starts at your feet and moves all over your body. And so that's why a lot of diabetics go blind, because it happens the most in your eyes and in your feet. And so that's why a lot of diabetics have either go blind or they lose toes or feet if they are in a very bad case of their diabetic progress or whatever. You know what I mean? And so I think that's a big part of it. Wait, is that why you sugar piss? Yes. Quite literally sugar piss is because there is quite literally sugar in my piss. It's not because I'm like, it's it's ketones. It's called ketones. It's called ketones that are in your pee. It's sugar. Your body is trying to dump out sugar. Of years of crappy doctors, yes, exactly. Now, thankfully, I had a really bad endocrinologist, and here's the other issue too, is that medicine that exists and doctors that exist right now in these fields, they may be the best people and can actually help you. But guess what? Healthcare in fucking America, you're lucky to see them every 6 months. I see my diabetic doctor every 6 months. Do you know how much damage you could do to your body within 6 months? Within a month of it, within a month. Like that's also the problem. Like that's also a part of the huge problem too, right? And so if they're not going to fix one thing, they better start introducing something else, right? Because otherwise, people will just keep getting sicker and sicker and dying, right? And that's the whole thing, you know. So that's my take. I have to pay $60 just to see a family doctor, and that's with insurance. Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. I pay $60 for my specialists. Yeah, and you know, it's a hard thing. God, I don't even know how we got in this conversation. Oh my God, we were talking about groceries. Okay, we need to go live and play Minecraft. That's what we're here to do today. But anyways, that's my very hot AI take. And I think before it can be used in medical purposes or before it's used in anything to help develop, there has to be environmental and legal restrictions on it. Right now, there's nothing, and that's the problem. There's no regulations to contain it, right? There's no regulation to contain it, to actually have it be used for good. And instead, it's just, the wild, wild west. And it's like, we need that first, and then we need to be able to figure out, okay, now how do we do this ethically and use it for good with medicine, right? Yeah. I love the episode. Thank you. Yeah. So anyways, that's my whole tea. That's my whole shade with the idea of that, I guess. Because I'll be real, like right now, guys, my blood sugar is 294, right? That's high. And I've been having high blood sugar all day. And I'm regulating it the best I can, but I'm human. I'm imperfect. I need a robot. I need a system that is able to detect what's going on in my body at the time that's not letting my blood sugar drop, because I don't know what's going on. Because then I can also overcorrect it and go into low blood sugar, right? And that's part of the issue, right? There is no regulatory thing that exists for it. So it still is user based 100% of the time, right? So anyways, that's my hot tea. That's my hot take. You know what I mean? That's my hot tea. That's my hot take. Okay. Anyways, let's play Minecraft, shall we? And again, I value everyone's opinion. If your opinion is different than mine, that's okay. Like, you don't have to have the same opinion on me on that. This is an opinion we kind of disagree on. Because that's what like these things we can disagree on, right? That's okay. So yeah. Anyways, back to the games. Otherwise, what else? What else was I going to say? There was something else I had on my mind that I can't remember now. Oh yeah, Kels, I'm fine. I'm feeling fine. I can't remember. There was something I was going to say, but now I can't remember what it was. I have no idea. Thursday, not tomorrow. I thought it was tomorrow. It's on Thursday. We are TBD, but supposedly taking over the official TikTok gaming live channel on Thursday. So stream's going to be at a different time on Thursday. just to let everybody know. I don't really know yet what's going to happen, what it's going to look like. All I know is I'm going to be live on the official gaming channel on TikTok for like an hour and a half. And then we'll probably do like a later stream after that, I think, because it'll be a fast stream, obviously. And we'll start on all the platforms. Rachel, thank you for the 200 biddies. So like on Thursday, like we'll only be live on TikTok and not on my channel for the first hour and a half. And then we'll go live on Twitch and go live on all of our regular things. Yeah, Sarah, trust me. I think a lot of that had to do because I did kind of give TikTok staff a little bit of my sense, and they were like, why don't you go on the front page? And I was like, okay, trying to appease me, but I'll take it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to say no. So whatever, I'll take it when I can get it. I'll take what I can get. So, all right. Anyways, that's what's happening on Thursday. That was the thing I meant to say. Let me switch over to the game screen though for Minecraft and make sure we're good to go here. All right. Because it's been a hot minute since we've actually hopped in. We're gonna hop in and then we'll start on TikTok. I just want to make sure that the world is good. The world is good. Oh yes. Look at our little world that we had. Oh, it looks so perfect. God, I forgot all the stuff we were doing. in Minecraft. Okay, so we have a lot of things to do. I think. We need to get diamonds. We need to like start working on that shit. So why don't we get started on TikTok and then we'll do our Minecraft thing. I am working on an SMP type thing as well. It's currently underway. So I'm hoping to get more of those things done as well. All right, y'all. I love y'all. Let's do this. Let's hop on TikTok and do our thing. Okay, we're gonna start on TikTok in just a second because I didn't have things set the way I wanted to. Ian, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bow now. Hi, TikTok. Hello, babies. Go. Hello. Welcome in. Hi, Tomas. Welcome in. Will you make lunch? I love that. Hi, TikTok baddies and purple baddies, of course, as well. But welcome in, y'all. It's a Minecraft afternoon. I hope you're excited. We're a little later today because I had to go pay my taxes today. Taxes happened today. So welcome in. I hope you guys are doing well. Let me know how you're doing. Hi, Luana, welcome in. But they are done. So that's the good news is our taxes are done and they're finished. So that's exciting. I hope you're having a fabulous It's Tuesday. A fabulous Tuesday. And thank you for tapping and sharing out the live to get us started. And yeah, let's have a little hot to go afternoon. They are kind bucks. Hello. Thank you guys for being here. Emma, thank you for the heart me. Guys, don't forget your daily heart me's as you're coming in. Let me know if you're seeing this on your FYP and you're scrolling by. Say hello in the chat. I do hope you guys are having a good Tuesday. I had like a good Tuesday, but I had a wild morning. Just a lot of things going on. Big Booty Judy, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. First follow of the day on TikTok. Kenzie, thank you for the heart me. Emma, thank you for the go popular. Hi, Ash. How are you? Kylie, I see you, Beati. Hi, Kenzie. Welcome in, y'all. Right, Rachel? It's kind of crazy. But yes, was it fun? Any trade on site for my for my taxes? No, unfortunately. No trade on site for my taxes. I paid my taxes this morning. That's what I did. I was at my accountant's office and then the post office, but it's done. 2025 taxes are finished. So congratulations. We did it, kids. Oh my God. Out taxes, life, property, and whatever. Hopscotch, thank you for the heart me as well. Thank God it's over. But if you're just running in, y'all, why don't we haven't played Native New Yorker in a hot minute. Let's play it, okay? Hi, Brand. Hi, Blondie. Bless. Okay. And guess what?
No one opens the door for a native New Yorker.
Here I go. Welcome in. I hope you guys are having a fabulous afternoon. If you're scrolling on the FYP, make sure to leave a follow for a Zesty Bestie. We're almost to 5 followers, and let's get sharing and tapping, baddies. We're a little behind, so let's see if we can get going. Let's get to 30 shares, get us rocking and rolling. It's been months. Well, Chloe, I hope you're doing well. We just got started on TikTok, y'all. Whit, thank you for the heart puffs. We've got some fun things to do today in Minecraft, so we got some plans. And then we'll be rocking and rolling for the day. Oh my god, our submissions are ready. I love that. Hi, Little Violence. For the first time, I love it here. I love it. I just hope you guys are having a good Chloe, thank you for the follow too. Having a good day. I hope you're having a good Tuesday. My God. This week feels like it's going by super, super slow, but also super fast. So I'm like, okay, Squirrel. Okay, Miss Squirrel, I see you. But if you are new here, why don't we do our introduction to get us started as well? Since we're now both on both platforms, and we're gonna rock and roll. I'll tell you who I am. I am your Zesty Bestie, and this is...
It's Brittany, bitch.
So yes, welcome in, and don't forget your daily heartbeat if you're coming in, especially if you're new and have never dropped one. We'd love to have you. Did you watch Coachella? I watched like bits and pieces of Coachella. I'll be honest, I'm not like super interested in. I've never been a big music concert or festival person, Alexis, so it was never something I was super interested in. TBH, like I've actually never been to a concert before in my life because I don't know, I don't have a lot of interest in that specifically. Maddie, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. So I've never been to Coachella or watched anything from Coachella really. Just everyone look kind of weird. What's the plan today, Sue? I have no idea. We got to get some diamonds, some more, so we'll probably have to go plot twist baddies mining. Oh my god. And then we might go to the Nether for a bit. We got to start getting ready to like fight a boss. You know what I mean? To fight a boss. Who are those little blue guys? They're so cute. They're called Allays. Mining in Minecraft, unprecedented. No one's heard of it before. It's actually a new thing. They just started it. The dragon. We did already beat the dragon, but we need to. My goal with this run is to beat the warden and also the wither. Are my two that I want to do for this one. It's a me. Thank you for the follow. We're going to fight the warden and the wither are the two. And Kelly, thank you for the follow too. Hi Forrest, how are you? Who would have thought? But yes, guys, if you're joining in, make sure to leave a little follow, a little tap. We're almost to 5 followers. Hi Jerry, I'm doing good. How are you? We love to mine and also we do love to mine and also craft. And let's also play our other introduction to say hello to get us started. Okay.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call, just text me. Bitch, you're slow, can't get
Oh my God. Well, Hannah, welcome in. We'll teach you.
You know I am that girl. Shh, bitch, don't kiss and tell. It girlfriend ATL.
I think people assume a lot of times that Minecraft is like very slow, very boring, and it can be. Not boring, but it can be very slow. But there's also a lot of like crazy things you can do in this game. So you might enjoy. You might find something new that you love, which is kind of fun. Watch a little while. We did beat the Ender Dragon, Jesse. Yes, we did a while back. This is a new world now. This is a new world now that we're doing. A little semi-hardcore world. We have a little hobbit cave over here, which I will show you guys. We do have a little hobbit cave out here. So we got that going on. And guys, we're almost halfway with the heart me goal. I want to see, we have 3 minutes. Do you think we can get 25 heart me's in the next 3 minutes? Do you think I can put that challenge out to the community right now? Do you think we can go crazy with the heart me's? Don't forget, if you never drop one before, just up where you leave a little follow. Ooh. We have the Allays on leashes because they're annoying as shit. I love them, but they're also annoying. But we built this little hobbit hole as a house right now. So that's kind of the vibe this slay. Yeah, congrats. Mariah, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. Thank you. Is your game up to date? Yes, the new babies. KP, thank you for the follow. Welcome, a new follower and the heart me. Look at you guys. I see you guys. I'm crazy with it. Hi, Hal. Welcome in. We're just getting started though, y'all. Welcome. On at least with gaming. We yapped for a bit on purple, but we are now here on TikTok, ready to rumble and play some games and continue to yap. We'll play some games as well. Hi, Spellbound Bat. Welcome in. So I hope you guys are all doing well and having a good day. Hi, Dana. Welcome in. Thank you, guys. Guys, we're now halfway with the heart me goal. All right, 25 more. We can do this. I have faith. You can only drop one a day, baby. Let's do it up. Oh, I want to get some more seeds. I haven't seen you in ages. Well, I'm here, baby. I'm here, and I hope you're well. And I hope you're living your life and doing good. Okay? I do hope so. But yes, welcome on in. Thank you so much for being here, y'all. I do appreciate it. And if you're new, make sure to follow for his Zesty Bestie. Otherwise, you're homophobic. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy, kind of wild. Hi, Kira. Kind of crazy, kind of wild. Guys, if I use my hoe, does that give me better chance for seeds? I actually have no idea. We're just getting started playing some Minecraft for the day. We were yapping for a little bit. I had to go pay my taxes this morning, and I ran late. So I had to go pay my taxes, guys, and then I was driving back from paying my taxes, and I grabbed a slice of pizza because I was starving. And while I was driving back, by the way, y'all, guess what happened? The entire pizza fell on the front of my shirt. So it delayed my stream even more because I had to go home, change, and then go to the post office. So a girl was not feeling great. A girl was struggling. A girl was struggling.
A single mom who works two jobs, who loves her kids and never stops.
Hi, Hannah.
With gentle hands and the heart of a fighter.
Oh, period.
I'm a survivor.
All right, y'all. We are now just 23 heartbeats away from our heart me goal, y'all. Let's rock and roll that bad baby up. Okay. All right, queens. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, though, for joining in. And we're almost to 5 followers, too. You will need a sword with looting. 2, 3 for what, Abby? Slay KP. It's been a while. How are you, Toast Fudge? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. I would have broken down hard. Yeah, I basically did. That's the girl from Young Sheldon. Actually, doesn't she have a new show now called like Happy's Place or something? Isn't that the... Oh, to get more seeds. Oh. What do I speak? Yeah, I was pissed. I was pissed. Guys, thank you for the hot cross buns. Toast Fudge, guys, thank you for the heart rees. Forgetting the wither skulls? Okay, wait, that's good to know. We will... Well, we're working on enchanting probably later. That's probably a later thing for us. But we do need to go mining, so we're going to get ready to go mining here in a sec. We'll get things set to rumble. The way you talk satisfies my soul. Stop. Oh my God. Are you flirting with me? Hold on, wait. Are you flirting with me, Alora? Are you flirting with me? Spagnado, thank you for the follow. Hi, Andrea. How are you? Katie Pates, thank you for the follow too. I so appreciate you guys. Welcome in. Sees that too. Well, yes. Okay, let me just put away some of the junk and then we'll get ready to go mining. Yeah, wither drop is so rare. Okay, T. Again, I've never fought the wither before, so I have literally no idea what we're doing. So you guys are kind of gonna have to teach me a little bit. Moth, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. You guys are gonna kind of have to teach me a little bit as well. But that'll be fine. We'll have a good time. It'll be great and wonderful and everything in between. I don't really care about these crossbows. We'll put those there. That goes in this thing. I put it in the wrong way. But yes, welcome on in, and thank you for being here. You playing Minecraft does make me want to play too. It's been a hot minute. So like I'm in my Minecraft phase, but also I'm never in my Minecraft phase. So we are gonna continue playing Minecraft. I do want to start doing, I think what I want to do for Minecraft moving forward after this, like us defeating these 2 bosses, I really want to do like SMP multiplayer stuff. I think that's what I'm gonna really enjoy the most with. I was thinking about it last night. I think that's what we got to do with Minecraft moving forward. So I think that's what we're going to start to do, or I'm planning to do more of come like a little bit from now. That's my sort of plan. Okay. All right, guys, we are just 15 heart me's away from our heart me goal. Can we get 15 more? Right up here, we leave a little follow for a Zesty Bestie. Okay. Watching your husband play every night now. I love that though, Skunk Hunt. That's so cute. I think it's more fun when you play with other people too. I feel like there's always more to do. There's more things to see. You know what I mean? All those things. Guys, thank you so much for all of them. I'm a fan. Well, Neville, welcome in. Let's take some food with us. Okay, I think we have enough food. I'll take apples too. Oh, let me take the bread actually, because we'll need those apples for golden apples later. Leave those. Do I look like I have everything for mining? We probably need blocks, don't we? Let me take some like dirt with us. And take some wood too. You caved your Switch. You bought a Switch too? Well, damn, baddie. Yeah, Peaches. Food. Yeah, more torches. A girl needs some more torches. But I'm also out of coal, so I guess we'll maybe have to wait to find some coal, but we'll be fine. We'll find some on our journey. We'll take some bundles too. We'll find some on our journey, okay? You're scared of the dark of the mines. Just come if you think for the high bears. All right, guys, 12 heart me's now from our heart me goal. So close. Crafting table. I know. We have wood, so we might be okay. Actually, let me just take the coal that's in here. 43 iron there. Thank you, Maddie. Welcome in. And Jinx, thank you for the heart me, guys. Thank you. This song, girl. Listen, you know me. You know me. Always got to be a little silly. I like your shirt. It's giving boy in striped pajamas. Girl, that's crazy. Girl, it's a nice dress shirt. Damn. Ziggy, thank you for the follow. It's a nice dress shirt with like nice also yeah, wait, doesn't in the movie isn't he wearing stripes too? Hold on, wait a minute. Yes, Angel, we do. Yes, yeah. Zesty Bestie on there. We're on there right now too. It's a cute shirt. I feel like it's the same, right? Right? Mean, thank you for the heartbeat as well. Boy stripes. Okay. Where did we go mining last time? Did I build a mine? I think we did. I think we kind of did. But we'll start a new one. We'll start a new one. Okay. We'll start a new one just to work through. All right. Abby, thank you for the heartbeat too. Let's do it over here. And the animators though. Wait, for which one? Hi, Abby. How are you? You haven't loaded it today yet? Well, you're here now. And welcome in. Panda, whatever one you want to watch on. Whatever one you want to watch one. No, now I thought it was a funny joke. I got it. I clocked the joke, babes. I clocked it. Don't worry. Don't worry. Guys, don't worry. Did you guys see my new TikTok that I posted, by the way, of the Rue, the Euphoria? I thought that was funny, my Euphoria comparison. And girl, that video was performing like ass. So I was like, oh, okay. I guess you guys didn't think it was funny or relatable. And I guess I'm the only one in the world. Damn. Damn. Damn, honey. Noted. Noted. I mind using moss. Wait, using moss? Echo. Wait, moss? What do you mean? Hi, Kay, how are you? Hi, AOS, welcome in. Bow. Guys, we're 8 Harmonies away from the Harmony goal on TikTok. I see you, baddies. I see you, queens. We can do it. I have faith in us. And if you are new here, let's play our intro again since we got some new folks coming in as well. Moss spreads. Oh, you like turn it into moss. Okay. Let me do my introduction one more time, okay?
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
Don't call, just text me. Bitch, you slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL. You know I am
I'm that girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell. Ain't girlfriend, ATL.
Oh my God, she's bald. The only mods that I really have, I have some, it's called Fabulously Optimized, which is like a little mod pack, I guess, on Modrinth. And then I have a mod for a map, but that's it. That's it. The wink was everything. Well, yes, as it should be. And y'all don't forget to keep tapping and sharing as well if you're joining in. Lay down moss in the blocks, break in a few hits when you want to get zesty. Oh, can I see that again, please? Guys, everybody say yes in the chat if we should play it again for Waters. Should we? She's bald, which people have hair. Or should we play our Britney one instead? Yes. I watched The Last of Us, I think. That was a while ago, but yes. Bella, thank you for the follow. All right, I'll play. You asked nicely, so you know what I will.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
Don't call, just text me. Bitch, you slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL. You know I am that girl. Bitch, don't kiss and tell. Ain't girlfriend, ATL.
ATL. Microblocks naturally show particles. I think so, at least on Java, I believe. But I also have a shader pack on, so it might be the shader pack. I don't know. It might be the shader. Danielle, thank you for the heartbeat too. Oh my God, love that. I'm glad you enjoyed. Welcome in. I do hope you guys are having a fabulous afternoon. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Wait, there was iron? Did I miss it? Ooh. Hi, Savvy. If I have it. No. Do it up, as you should. Haley, thank you for the heartbeat too. And Waters, thank you for the follow. You grabbed it? Okay. Have you watched Pitch Perfect? Girl, is the sky blue? Of course I have. Of course I have. I feel like that was one of my like childhood? Not childhood. Are you taking King? Girl, I'm single as a fucking Pringle. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. These men be ghosting me. These men be ghosting me lately. I got ghosted again yesterday. I was like, okay, clocked. Okay, clocked. Okay, clocked. Oh, okay. Who's your favorite character out of Pitch Perfect? The blonde girl. I can't remember her name right now. The blonde girl, though. I love her. No way. Way. Comforting that's universal, I guess. Yeah, ain't it? Ain't it? CC for the follow. No, not I mean, Fat Amy, yes, but the other one. No, the other one. Brittany Snow. Brittany Snow. Yeah. You're so cute. What's up with these men? Who knows? Men just be men. Guys, they want the heated rivalry men, okay? Listen, I am what I am, all right? I will say I did take a little bit of a seductive. I wasn't going to tell you guys this. The other day I did take a little bit of a seductive picture. Not like a nude, but like a gym pic. For the first time in my life. For the first time in my life, I took like a gym picture. Kels, thank you for the follow. Is it too photographic to show us? No, it's just me standing. I'm sat. Show us. And in what world do you think I would ever show you that picture? In what world would I ever show you that picture? Okay. In what world? I don't know what that one is, Kimberly. In what world? Y'all would have to do something very nice for me for that thing, okay? Just send it to me then. What if we reach the goals? But if we meet the goals, I knew you fuckers would say that shit. If we hit it on both platforms, very quickly I will. And that's my hot tea. How's that sound? And that's my real hot tea. Vinny, do not sell your body, honey. Listen, I'm just Cassie in Euphoria at this point. It is a mirror picture. It's a mirror pic. Sandra, guys, thank you for the love. Thank you, guys. I'm dead. Okay. Ooh, we'll use this water to go down, I guess. Hello, giant cave. Oh my god. Oh, giant cave, y'all. Oh, girl, we're already deep in. Oh my, look how big this. Holy shit, y'all. This is crazy. Okay. It's true, you guys would. Charlie, thank you for the follow. Can you like to describe my imagination is quite good? Girl, no. Just say I'm wearing black gym shorts. I'm wearing a black gym shirt, and it's in front of a mirror. Okay. Okay. Luna, thank you for subbing. Guys, thank you for the gifties. And hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All right. And that's all she wrote. You're very euphoric to Animal Crossing is so funny, so true. Mariah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I thought it was funny too. Rachel just gifted 5 subs.
My diet, Dr. Kelp.
Please, please,
Ooh, bad he.
prove I'm right.
Okay. Thank you so much, Rachel. Guys, I want to make some new alerts, but I have no idea what we should. Oh, Jesus. That aren't just like the please, please, please. I feel like we need new ones that are kind of at that level, though. Pleek. No, we have my friend Quaja does a lot of them. W gifted. Pleek. Guys, we're one heart me away from the heart me goal, y'all. Mariah, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoyed that that Animal Crossing edit. I thought it was funny. Quaja, yes, yes. Girl, diamonds. Did I miss diamonds? I mean, we got one. You missed a diamond, girl. Where? Oh shit. Oh my god, I'm blind. Thank you, guys. Thank you, girlies. I knew I could count on you. Guys, thank you for hitting the heart me goal. Back on that hole. Danielle, me when my ex DMs me. You open your first Pokemon cards? Oh my god, I love that. What'd you get? What'd you get? Stressing me out. Let me set a new goal on TikTok. Hold on, y'all. Same girl. Listen. What can I say? What can I say? And the rest of you guys felt it's true. And thank you again, Rachel, so much for the big gift. I really appreciate that. They haven't arrived yet, but what set did you order? What set did you order, girl? I get scared being in the mines alone. Ooh, I get nervous. Ooh, I get nervous. Oh, I get nervous. Hi, Momo, how are you? Oh, Jesus. Okay. Guys, thank you for all the gifties. Holy cow, thank you. Good afternoon. How are you, Momo? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. It's good to see me, isn't it? Girl, what am I doing? It's giving Silent Hill. Behind me? What? Oh. Okay, diamonds over there. Diamonds over there, y'all. What are we doing in Minecraft? We're trying to get our full set of diamond armor to get moving. I'll get my first card pack if I can see it out in the wild. You should, baddie. Listen, I'm getting you all on Minecraft or on Pokemon cards. Oh my god, there's tons of diamonds here actually. Wait, we're kind of cooking. We're kind of cooking with gas, y'all. Guys, we're almost at 20 followers. Thank you. Who's hitting me? Oh shit. Ugly ass little bitch. I miss Minecraft. Oh my god, my favorite ever. I'm glad you're here, Momo. Yeah. I feel like when I do Minecraft, I do enjoy it. It's like I just want to make sure that we're like loving it. You know what I mean? Does anyone know a bedrock mod that makes ores glow? That I don't know. I'm sorry, Blonde. We probably have close to enough. I think we how many did anyone remember what we had? I have no idea. I feel like we had like 18 or something. We might actually be close. But it's better to have more than less. You know what I mean? Ooh. Ooh. That's crazy, Mallard. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Is this the song? But yeah, I did take a gym pic. It's the second. So I'm okay. It's so funny, guys. You know, I go live on stream all the time, right? I am awful at taking pictures of myself. It is the one thing that I'm so bad at. Please, in addition to please, yes. We do have that song. Yeah, we do that. I'm notoriously terrible at taking pictures of myself. I did. Taylor, thank you for remembering. Girl Sam, like I'm awful at it. I'm awful. So my dating profiles, most of the pictures on my dating profiles right now, guys, which is why I did take some new pictures, are all of me at my stream, at this setup, and I'm like, girl, I'm not trying to promote my live. I'm like, girl, I gotta take some other pictures of me just that exist in the world. Like, I do exist outside of this room alone. Like, literally 70% of the pictures were just me in this fucking chair. And I was like, okay, I don't know why there's so few, Jules. I think it's because of they're like being blocked by the thingies. Are they with Minecraft? I'm glad you're here, Jen. Yeah, we do Minecraft every little bit. I'm trying to make Minecraft more normal, but the thing for me, I get very bored of Minecraft very quickly. So I want to start doing maybe an SMP or something where I like really interact with people and we are able to cause more chaos that way. Oh, I'm sending you love. Hunt, I'm sending you so much love, my friend. I need to make more torches. Hold on, let's do that while we're down here. Hold on. Chaos. Yes, chaos. Quite literally. Quite literally. I never pay over SMRP, Mallard. So if it's a single pack, $6. And that's all. That's only what I will pay ever. I don't know why I used all my wood. That was stupid. That was dumb of me. I don't know why I did that. That was really dumb. Run with maybe mods. We've done some mods. I get overstimulated by some of the mods though. That's my only problem. Oh, I want to put the ores into one bundle, I think. Into one bundle, I think. Are you into makeup and or skincare? Yes to both. I don't really wear makeup though. I do wear makeup right now. How are you not more popular? Maddie, the world will never know. But the best way you can help is just by watching our videos and sharing and stuff. How do you find your house without dying in there? I'm new to Minecraft. So I have a mod that puts a little waypoint down. A little waypoint down. The fruit basket, that's cute. I like that. So that's what I have. Although you can also, so you see above my, you see the numbers above my like hotbar thing? Those are coordinates. So you can also track your location using coordinates and write it down. You can also do that. You can also do that. Shelly, thank you for the follow. Oh, okay, we got somebody over here. Wait, let me actually, oh my God, I might die. Wait, hold on. I need to eat food. I was not paying attention to my health. Ooh, girl, I gotta eat. You should get in drag for a stream. I would one day, maybe. I've never really done drag though. Like fully. Yeah, no, that's crazy. I mean, you can literally, they're everywhere, Mallard. I mean, your card shop is a scam. Is a scam. Brandon, thank you for the heart. We appreciate it. Guys, you have a finger heart goal now on TikTok as well. What would your drag name be? My drag name, I've always said would be Carmel Sutra. Always. If I was a drag queen, my drag name would be Carmel Sutra. 100%. 100%. Always. I've always said that too. Carmel Sutra would always be mine. Absolutely. ETB's regular price? Wait, that's crazy. Oh wait, the booster box was $200? It should be less than that though. Why caramel? I have no idea. I don't know. I just thought it was fun. Sadly, there's no glowing ore mods on Bedrock unless you have Bedrock for PC. Oh. Your item setup is stressing me out. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, baddies. It's fine. Oh, more diamonds up there. I'm trying to find diamonds. Okay. Guys, don't worry about it. It's quite literally fine. Hi, Caitlin. How are you? It's quite literally fine. gonna build up to it here. Maybe. Ugh. Yeah, I didn't buy any Pokemon cards today. I'm doing good. Oh, I love that Demon Wolfie. Yeah, I would love to. Sassy Sammy, thank you for the follow. Malibu history, yeah. Oh, God. Okay. I have so much junk. I kind of wish if you had shit in your bundle, it would let you, it would like collect it. You know what I'm saying? Like, why doesn't it do that? Good vein. Me when I look at a man's nude. Okay, sorry. You guys are setting me up too easily. You guys are setting me up way too easily. Okay, what do you want me to do? Like, hello? Y'all are setting me up too easily with these ones. Mini, please. Well, you guys see any other blue glowing? Okay, I don't see any. Lexi, thank you for the heartbeat. How are you? Welcome in, welcome in. I'm good, Bree. How are you? We're doing some Minecraft today. Doing some Minecraft today. A little bit. Okay, we have 6 diamonds now. Or no, we have more than that. We have actually quite a bit now. We've got 13. We're kind of cooking. We're cooking with gas. With this big fat ass. I'm actually love how the map is coming along. Oh, I'm so glad, Realms. That's awesome. Kenzie, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you. Oh, I thought I saw something up there. I hate when the glow lights and gas. Oh, always. It's literally the biggest gaslighter in the world. HJ Lover, how are you? Thank you for the heart me. And guys, if we do the finger heart go going on. I will show. Okay, I promise if we do slay the goals today, I will show you guys the picture. Deal? Is that a deal across the board? I will show you guys the picture if we slay all the goals today. Okay. That is the. I will make that deal with you guys right now in the chat. Lady Weasel, thank you for the follow. 45 stream streak. That's crazy. Sometimes I forget to get a stream streak. You guys have to be here every day, and that is wild to me. Girl, I need these, please. Oh. Oh. Can you relay the goals, please? It's just our gift goal, Danielle. Over here, I think you see it. Over there. So just anything. Any of the things go towards it. Any of the things. KP, thank you for the gifties. I appreciate it. I think we need to go lower. Okay, there's a lot of mobs down here. Hold on. Hi, Raven Sky. It's a 9 to 5. Yeah. I think I see diamonds over there. I think. Ooh, wait, what did I do? Zoom level. What did I? Oh. I don't know what I did there. Oh, shit. She's hitting me. Better aim than me in Fortnite. Okay, hold on. Better aim than me in Fortnite. You're so brave I could never. What can I say? I tried. Did you like it, Raven Sky? I love the Gordon Ramsay meals. They're so good. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Why are there 3? Hello? Oh my God. Get out. Oh my God, there's so many. Nasties. Ew. Ew. Oh my God, please. And where's the skeleton? Pissing me off, girl. My God. Pissing me off. Pissing me right off. Yeah, they're in the, usually, I don't know if like, I know Walmart has them. I don't know about other locations. Girl, I can't. Oh, diamond's there. Okay, wait. The gangbang is crazy. Wow. Oh, there's so many. Die. Are you excited for Doors? I'm so excited. When does that come out? It's soon, right? Samantha, look at you with the finger hearts. Thank you, Maddie. Oh, girl. Butter chicken, because you said, oh, did you like it? I'm glad you did. Girl, I hate skeletons. You are literally the worst in the world. Literally awful. Literally awful. Okay. We're fine. Okay, I'm gonna try and climb up here. Oh. Oh. Mouse be anxious? Me too. Me too. Let me drop some cobble here. Let me drop some cobble. Guys, we're almost at 25 followers on TikTok. We're gonna shot the next 5 followers. Let's do it. Next 5 baddies. Movie you could watch over and over again. Crazy Stupid Love. Ali, thank you for the follow. I think it's so funny. Thank you for the follow. And Emma's as well. Crazy Stupid Love, I think, is one that I could watch over and over again for sure. Meg, thank you for the follow. I haven't watched it in a long time, but it is such a good movie, I think. After that stream, I love that. Taylor, thank you for the follow too. And accept your heard. Oh, I love that. Hold on. Steel Magnolias. Oh, great movie. Great book. Great play. Great everything. Don't think you picked up the diamonds. Did I have 4. Did I not grab them? Did they not fall? Wait, did I not get them? Did I miss them? Wait, what do I have? I think I got them, right? Did I get them? Abby, thank you for the follow too. Welcome in. May 1st. Oh, slay. AJ with the sub. Okay, I see you, baddie. Princess Bride, yeah. You're good, Danielle. Online name, yeah. Oh, wait, really? I love that. Thank you guys for the love. The Sarcastic Lines by Shirley McCain. Ooh, yeah. What is that behind you? Where? Hi, Shiloh. How are you? Where? Okay, doing this. Are you only streaming on TikTok? No, we're also on Purple. We're also on Purple. Hey, Divas. Hi, Eloise. You just bought your first house? Okay, in this economy, damn, that's good for you, babes. I love it. I love it. Keep that up. DJ at 7 months. Crazy baddie. Of course I watch Practical Magic. Yes. Yeah. Good one, did you? Mama Bulbasaur behind you. But yeah, I also used it as the new picture that I used. I used it as my grinder picture. Crazy. Okay, girl. Long time ago I did. What would you do if you was okay, said you go? I always feel like I want something. I feel like they need to add something new to mining in this game. Am I crazy for saying that? I feel like this is the part that I don't love about Minecraft, and I know that's crazy to say. This specifically, I'm like, okay, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it gets to a point. And I know that's crazy to say because the game is called Minecraft. But also at the same time, I'm like, all right, you know? I'm like, all right. Like, I want something a little more exciting. I want something a little more exciting happening in my journeys down here. You know? Oh, Jesus. Okay. Instead, I got the little nasty kids. Piss and poop update soon. So I guess a trial chamber, but like more. I feel like those are even harder, not hard to come by, but like, I don't know. I just feel like we need stuff to pop up. I think we need different things popping up all the time, you know? Like, I feel like when you go into the mine, you should never know what's gonna happen. And I guess you don't really, but like at the same time, I want like something really crazy, like just like crazy stuff. Like it'd be cool if you found like an underground village or like, you know, I don't know. I just feel like we need more, you know? It's so relaxing. Yeah. I feel like I want more. Give me more. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Oh God, okay. I'm a chicken, so I disagree. I mean, maybe you could change it with settings. Underground Village would be so good, right? Like, just like things you discover. You know? Things you discover. And guys, let's keep sharing and tapping, y'all. We're a little behind on the taps. I think we can do it though. We're 2 followers away from 30 followers on TikTok so far. Just like a little more. What does ARG stand for, Min Min? I won't lie. Let's start a movement. Yes. Bree, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Dwarf villages underground. Yeah. Oh my God. Wait. Cute. I feel like we spent 50 years here. I know. What's your tip on saving money? Girl, budgeting, but also I'm bad at it lately. Amy and Louis, thank you for the follows. I'm also bad at it lately. Girl, eat my ass. Because they added peaceful. I mean, there is hardcore, but like, I do feel like they should add like, I don't know. I just want more stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mind the updates that they're doing. I think they're kind of cute. We're on Java, Mohammed. Girl, how was your taxes? Did it hurt? Yeah, I had to write a check for $12,000 today. So a bitch is, I cried out a little bit when I wrote that check today. When I wrote that check out today for the afternoon, I was like, okay. All the like, no, what is that? Yeah, I feel like Sulfur gives them like, okay, whatever. You know what I mean? It's like fun, I guess. I don't know. Even like the baby update was kind of cute, but like, I just want like, I don't know. More. I feel like it would be fun if they did something that's kind of like Fortnite in that like maybe there's like a separate thing that happens on Minecraft that's like seasons and they do like different things during the seasons or something. You know what I mean? That you don't have to participate if you don't want to, but wouldn't that be something cool? I feel like that'd be kind of neat. I don't know. Martha, thank you for the follow. Like, I just want more. Yeah, I saw the Sulfur Cave. Did you say 12K? I did. I did. Hi, Via. Welcome in. Hickory, thank you for the follow, too. Is it on Java now? I don't think it's up. The update's out. Yeah, is it? The Sulfur Cave is? Yes, Grace. The only thing is, so we've tried. Okay, so I've tried mod packs. We tried. You never said Minecraft. Well, Serena, we can help you, Batty. What do you want to know? Like, what do you want to like? Let us show you the world. Thank you much. Thank you for the follow. For me, with mod packs, I get very overstimulated by them. That's the only thing. Like, I love like prominence and like better Minecraft and stuff, but I feel like there's just so much going on all the time, and I'm like, I can't keep up. You know what I mean? No worries, Brad. Thank you, Sophia. Betty, I'm sorry, but to me, 12K is crazy. You have to understand, so I don't pay taxes at all during the year. So like, you guys, if you work like a regular 9 to 5 job, you're getting taxes taken out what? Every, Hugh Jackman impressions? I know, yes, Abby, yeah, I do get him sometimes too. Brad. But every paycheck you get taxed out. I don't get any taxes taken out of any income that I earn at all. Ever. So I pay all of those taxes at the end of the year. Basically, from all the income I've earned. I'm doing good, eh? How are you? Well, I mean, I'm glad you're here. So that's what it is. So like, I would much rather that I get it taken away. Do you put money away? Oh yeah. Usually, I did dip into it this year a little bit, which is why I was like, ooh, nervous. But I said, in my state, it's 15% self-employment tax for the state and then 15% federal. So I set aside about 32% of all earned income in like a separate bank account for my taxes. The moment a check hits, it immediately goes into that account. Ow. Oh my God, there's a lot of mobs. Oh God, there's a lot. Oh God, there's a lot. But there's diamonds over here. Hold on, let me take this guy out. 15% what? Yeah. That's so expensive? Yeah. Yeah, it is. It charges a lot. They charge a lot. So like, say I make $100 a stream, then $30 of it, like $34 of it immediately goes into a tax account. And then the rest is my take-home pay, right? The rest is my take-home pay, usually. That's crazy. Yeah. No self-discipline. Yeah, you kind of have to. I mean, I struggled with it this year, and I'll be real. I didn't pay the full. I paid half. I paid 2/3 of the amount, so I'm gonna have to pay a little bit more, and they're gonna bill me for it and have to do like a little payment plan. And you say taxes? Yes. That's the thing is New York has a very high self-employment tax, but I also love living in New York, so it's a hard pill to swallow a little bit. But actually this year for my breakout of taxes, I only paid $1,200 for my state taxes, and I paid $10K for federal taxes. Get away from me. Get away from me. You get a manager? I do have one. I have a management team, Brant. Or I don't have a management team anymore. I have a manager. My management team let me go actually 2 days ago. So feeling really good. Feeling really good, guys. Hi, Mimor. How are you? Feeling great. Feeling lovely. Do you speak to someone? No, it's okay. It's all right. Oh my God. Please. Oh my. Okay, girl. I'm getting smacked to shit. Oh yeah, not a TikTok agency. It's like it was like an actual agency. Wait, what was the feedback you talked about with them? I just wasn't earning enough as a creator, which is fine. Which is fine. Girl! Oh my fuck! I'm getting gangbanged by these fuckers. Holy shit! Oh. So is it like quests you have to do in Minecraft? It can be, yes. So it's an open sandbox game. Open sandbox game. Open sandbox. Girl, did I miss those? Wait, did I grab those diamonds that were over there or did I not? I did. Hi, Josh. How are you? So like there's a lot that you can do, a lot that you also don't have to do. Like you can build. There are things to do, like bosses to go fight. There are places to explore. There's a lot of different things. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God. As you can see, I'm fighting for my life right now. Okay, anyways. Got off work? I hope work was good. I'm doing good, Josh. But yeah. Eat. I know I need to eat. Thank you for reminding me. So anyways, if you are a talent agency or management team, go feel free to DM me. Because that's what they just let me go. So. All right, down this way. I'll manage you. Deal. We have a lot. Do I have enough diamonds? Hi, KG, welcome in. I don't even know. She's a manager? Yes. They also, unfortunately, let her go too. But she's amazing. So she's with me right now. You're still have work because I have the online grocery section was crazy today. Oh. So do you do like all the online orders that come in? Leave the follow because I do all the online orders. Like I order online. Okay, we might start to leave maybe the mine. I don't know. Do we have enough stuff? Yeah, it's okay, Jerry Puffs. Reaper, thank you for the follow too. So relaxing, I love it. They are they're very ASMR coded. What's your favorite tea brand? It's actually Snapple. They just don't have. Usually, the gas station in my area don't have a lot of like Snapple stock. Usually, but I do love a peach Snapple. Honey, I love it. Why do I feel like is that the mine we? Oh Jesus, girl. Okay. $1 million DoorDash is my work shifts. Ooh. What am I doing? How do you have your chords at the bottom? It's a mod that I have, fanboy. It's a mod. It's called, I think it's called, where is it? What is it called? chords. It's called the chords mod right there. So you can like display your chords on the screen. Reaper, thank you for the heart me. So you can display the chords on the screen. Thank you. You're welcome. Girl, I see you over there. I see you. Thank you, Big Dennis, for the follow too. Snapple is disrespect to the tea community, but I'll let it slide. I love Snapple tea. I don't love Lipton tea. I don't. Thank you for the follow too. I haven't. I really don't know how that works, Victoria. I have no idea how to do that. What are your thoughts on Euphoria? I think it's kind of ass this new season. I'm not a huge fan. Day count. Yeah, there is where you can display, I think, in the top corner as well. I just like having it on in the bottom of my screen. Snapple is juice. Listen, have you had their peach iced tea? I think their peach iced tea is actually very good. Their diet peach iced tea is it's not like juice. Their Snapple sugar-free peach iced tea diet, so good. First day. Oh, Heather, I hope you have a blast. Someone convinced me to put my laundry away. If you don't do it, I'm going to end the stream right now. Just kidding. And remember FaceTiming. I love that, Jeff. That's always my goal with my streams. That's always my goal. Sorry, guys. I got a message here. Okay. What are your top 3 games, like, of all time, or like that we play on stream? I miss glass bottled Snapple. Yeah. How do you enchant a diamond sword? You need bookshelves and a crafting or enchanting table. All time. Okay, well, I'm glad you did. Okay, I love Snapple. I'm screen with you. What's your favorite movie? Favorite movie is Interstellar. Such a straight point answer. But I would say for me, my top 3 games. Thanks, Cad. My top 3 games of all time. God, I don't know. That's really hard for me because I actually don't know. There are games that I love and games that like I love to hate. Like I love Minecraft. I love Fortnite. I love these games that we play on stream. But also sometimes they drive me fucking crazy. They drive me crazy, right? I've logged so many hours into Skyrim. And so many hours into Skyrim. Skyrim was probably one of my OG games that I played a lot of. Forever. I'm doing good. There's like Peace Cinema, nothing compare. I agree. So I guess Skyrim is one of my top faves. I've been loving Deadlock. I think for me, it's like I have favorite games that are single player games, and I have favorite games that are like multiplayer games. You know what I mean? I don't eat a lot of candy, Kimberly. So for me, I really do love like multiplayer wise, like Deadlock, Marvel Rivals, those ones. I also actually really have like a nostalgia aspect to Elder Scrolls Online because I played that growing up. I played a lot of MMOs growing up. No, not much anymore. No, we kind of completed that. And then I love Pokemon games. Pokemon games are my childhood through and through. Love those so much too, you know. You know what I mean? Guys, thank you for the heartbeats. I appreciate one best of your life. Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you for the rose. You're tired of what you left. Yeah. Ain't that the truth, Association? Are we just like Skyrim? I know super niche streaming. Yeah. Hi, Nick. How are you? Yeah, for I have a love-hate relationship, me too. I think it's less so, and again, it's not, we talked about this before, but like, it's less the game, it's just like the amount of time you put into it, you know what I mean? Oh, so you're a real gamer. I've gamed a lot for a long time. Some of my favorite games that no longer exist that I wish still did, and I think would be, you guys would love, actually. I think if it came out now, it would be far more popular than it was when it did release. Thank you for the creeper. There are 2 games. Knockout City, these are multiplayer games. Knockout City was amazing when it released. And Spellbreak are some of my 2 favorite games of all time that they shut down, but they were my favorite online games of all time. I have not, Mariah, no. Knockout City was so good, and so was Spellbreak. Spellbreak was Fortnite, but with magic, basically. I knew he'd say Spellbreak. I fucking love Spellbreak. Oh, I love it so much. It was so good. And Knockout City was dodgeball, team dodgeball. But it was like, wait, let me see if I can find a trait. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see. Let's see if there's a... Okay, this is official gameplay trailer from Knockout City.
You're listening to KO City Pirate
This is what
Radio.
Knockout... This used to be
I'm
a
taking
game.
over
I played it very
airwaves
often.
To welcome all you new brawlers out there. Lace up your shoes, tie back your
It was
hair,
dodgeball that you would
kiss
play,
your
and it was
mama.
so much fun.
This is Knockout City.
It was so much fun.
New in town and looking to make a name for yourself?
I used to play
Your
this
humble
all the
DJ's
time.
here to talk you through those first
It is
brawl
dead. Yeah, I'll show you that
tips.
too.
Team KO.
So you play it on it's a 3v3 game, but it's dodgeball. You get the ball, and you're trying to knock people out with the game.
Oh, that looked like it hurt. You gotta learn to catch.
It was so... And you can catch the ball and throw it back.
This cat's got it figured out.
It was so fun to play. I used to play on stream all the time.
Put those skills to the test.
You could tackle people. It was so cool. It was so cool.
Oh man. That's
Yes,
just
association
me.
all the time.
I admit.
So this was Knockout City, and it was so much fun. Okay, let me find Spellbreak. Hold on. Spellbreak gameplay.
Going
Okay.
solo in this city will
This was Spellbreak. It was a battle royale. Hold on, we have an ad.
Or Walmart Plus.
Hold on, we have an ad.
That Walmart Plus members get free
Walmart
delivery on
Plus.
more than just groceries. Free delivery on these apples and this shirt.
Ali, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Plus, it's a beautiful thing.
We really need
Girl, I'm sorry. I'm not paying for YouTube Premium. I'm not doing it, guys. So we just have to do the ads for a second, okay? I'm not paying for YouTube Premium, okay? Okay, anyways.
For a second.
This is Spellbreak. So it basically was Fortnite, but in like magic. It was all magic based. So all your weapons, everything that you picked up, you picked up like gloves basically that gave you magical powers. There was like fire, ice, like there was a bunch of different ones.
Instead of an M16,
It
you've got
was
lightning bolts and magic missiles.
so much
That's what
fun.
Spellbreak is. And a big thanks to them for sponsoring this video.
It was
I've
so
been
much
playing it
fun.
The last couple of days, getting used to it, as there's surprisingly a lot of depth.
I never heard of this one. Yeah, it was only online, I feel like a year
There's skills here required, as you've got to aim
before it
for
went down. It was a battle royale. So there was a storm that closed in.
It actually reminds me of
Like it was very much like Fortnite in that there was a storm that closed in, so the circle got smaller.
But they were a really big part of my gaming.
It was so
sessions as a
cool.
kid. So today I've got some highlights of a match. That
Let's see if we can like find
from
some.
from the Two Angry Games.
Let's find some gameplay here.
What's your Patronus?
My Patronus, a frog.
So you like came in, you landed.
Sorry, what's the Spice Weasel?
Okay.
Yeah,
This was before it wasn't before Fortnite, but it was it came out God, what, probably like 2020, 2021, 2022 maybe.
I mean,
And it
I
died like a year
smashed
later.
in the face with my bow and arrow.
It was
Ran away
so
that
much
way.
fun. He's doing a lot of bow and arrow stuff, which the other powers were cooler.
Doesn't like what's happening to him here.
He's gone. Now exile it, Freeman. Exile it.
Oh, he's gonna get exiled.
But there were like storm powers. I'm trying to see if he picks up like other powers or anything. So there are gloves that you get with different abilities. You drank potions to get your shield back up. Like it was basically like Fortnite in that way.
This came out before like PUBG. everyone
And
just
there were
started
different
playing
rarity
it
items, as you can see,
themselves
like
instead of
purple
being
items, all
sold.
those things.
And then
We're playing
eventually
Minecraft. I'm just showing a video that of Spellbreak of what it used to be.
We can do this with guns.
Like it was so fun.
Protecting you, he will not banish.
You could play as like a healer too. It was so much fun. I loved it.
Need your axe.
I really did love it.
Freeman, be careful. Yeah.
Let me see what else he did here.
What's it say?
There's any other gloves or something that he used. He really loves the ice power. I want to show you guys some of the other powers that they had. Hold on. See if there's like another. Hold on. Let's look at another. See if there's another quick video where I can show you. Okay, this is the official trailer. This is 2020. It's like a third-person magic battle royale. Yes, it was so much fun. And then I gotta get back on Minecraft because we're losing our viewers from it. But this is what it was. So you landed and then you immediately were fighting. with different like magical abilities. It was so cool. If you liked Fortnite, you would really like this game. If you loved Fortnite, you would have loved this game. If you love Fortnite, you would like this game, I think. It felt very similar to Fortnite, so it was that's why I think it kind of died off a little bit, because people were at the year that it came out, Fortnite was in its like peaks time. So it didn't really, but I feel like if it came out now when TikTok gaming was so big, this would have been a much bigger game. Because back then there was no TikTok gaming. And I feel like these types of games do so well on TikTok compared to like others. You know what I mean? But yeah, it was so much fun. It was so much fun. I just remember it so fondly. I had a blast when we used to play it. Last of Us, yeah. Having the waterbending. Yes, like if you ever did the waterbending stuff, it kind of reminds you of that. It's similar in that regard. So there was no like, you know, pew-pews or anything like that in the game. But it was, you got, basically they were gloves, and each glove had different like abilities that you could earn. And the abilities were like, I think there was like ice, fire, wind, storm, different types of stuff like that. So those were that's what that used to be. It was really cool though. So I used to love that game. I wish it was still online. They just took the servers down. If it was still online, I'd be playing it still. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Oh, I also used to play a game called, this is really throwing it back, called Nosgoth, which was like a 4v4 PvP game. But it was like vampires, and that was a lot of fun too. I played that when I was a kid though. When I was a kid. I'm out of torches. Oh, shit. Oh, God. I can't see. Ah! Way back in the day. Okay, 7 confused. We're 7 finger hearts away from the heart me goal. Or finger heart goal, I mean. And if you're scrolling by, make sure to follow for Zesty Bestie. We're 3 followers away from 40 followers this stream. Okay, I think we should go back up and see how we're doing and where we're at. I feel like that's the next best path forward. That's the next best path forward for us. Yeah, we fell off of the FYP also. Tapping helps a lot too. Let's go back. Let's get out of here. I gotta climb all the way back up. Yes, I love Baldur's Gate 3. I played that before I was like a streamer. Well, I was a streamer, but I played it mostly offline. It was a lot of fun. I want to play it again one day. I did like a full playthrough of it. What's your favorite thing to do in Minecraft? I love doing chaotic things. I get bored of Minecraft very easily sometimes. So like when we're just like mining like this, I can get bored very easily, you know? So I do like to like have things to do. So I feel like when I have things to do, I'm more engaged. Yes, Tabitha, I agree. That's the one thing I struggle with Minecraft. It's so open. Oh, there's diamonds over here. It's so open-ended in a lot of ways that like, which is a good thing, but also it's hard because it's like I am a person who loves to have, I don't know, stuff happening or things to do all the time. So it's hard when I don't have something or I have to create the things to do. Where am I getting shot from? You know? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm doing good, Julia. Welcome in. All right. 5 things that I want to focus on game materials. Yeah. It's like a little bit of both. I mean, I enjoy playing it when I'm talking to you guys because I get to like yap and play, you know? I'm going to dig us out of here for now, I think. I'm going to dig us out. For right now. But it is a game that I really like. I do struggle with sometimes a little bit, you know? Which is okay. It happens. It happens. And y'all, if you're seeing this live on your FYP, can you say slay in the chat? Let me know if you are seeing this out there in the world. Seeing this out there in the world, y'all. Let me know. Slay. Okay, we are really not an FYP. I shouldn't have shown those videos. Damn. Why do I do that shit? Oh, TikTok kills me. Kills me, y'all. Hi, D. How are you? Thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. Be hard for me to play. Yeah, Tabitha, I feel ya. Have you played Culpa Penguin or was one as a kid? I did, yeah. You didn't Alio? No. Really, No Man's Sky? I played it when it first came out, and I know it's much better. I know it's much better than it used to be. Neopets, yeah. Hey, thank you for the rose. I appreciate it. Hi, Nayla. How are you? But like Slay. Oh, no, you guys are in here. I met people on the FYP, but thank you guys. I appreciate it. Yes, I do have you, Bagel Muncher. Okay, we're digging our way out of here. I'm right below our house right now. I'm gonna try and get us out like a normal. I have torches over there, so maybe I came in over on that side. Let's go over this way. Hold on. Let's go over to this side. Yeah, Abby, it's my own fault for showing it. It's my own fault for showing it. I should have known it was gonna happen. I should have known. It's okay though. Okay, got these. We're gonna go back up. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Sometimes I'm just like I love Minecraft, but also it's such a hard game to like be engaged for like 6 hours on. And maybe that's just my ADHD. I think that's the big problem for me is I'm just like, ugh, you know. Fusion Fall is good. What's Fusion? Oh, Jesus! Okay. Well, we just lost all of that shit, guys. Minecraft new player board, literally. Oh my god. I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up. Can you go back for it? No, we're doing a semi-hardcore challenge and I'm sticking to it. That if we die, we lose what's in our inventory. We lose what's in our inventory if we die. Hi, Glen Coco. How are you? You said Nuko, y'all. Hi, Dana. Minecraft Nuzlocke. Yeah. Close your eyes right now. Guys, I can't do it. I cheat you. Every time you guys do this, you're like, close your eyes. I'm not doing it this time. I'm not doing it. Ugh. God damn it, y'all. Oh, that sucks. Anything for the time. Actually, I don't want to use up these. I'm going to save these for later. So it's fine. And this is where I like lose my Steam motivation immediately. And I'm like, okay, I want to switch to a different game. Immediately. Have you ever thought about playing on a server in Minecraft? Yeah, I have. It's, people don't really love it. So what happened to Subnautica? I've never played Subnautica ever in my entire life. Ever in my entire life. I don't even know what to do right now. Okay, I guess we go back to mining again. Great. Back to mining, everybody. Yay. Yay. What else do I need? A sword. I'm tired of this crap, literally. I'm like, okay, great. What is that noise? Kenzie, yeah, it's Zesty Bestie. It's like, noted. Literally, it's like, actually noted, bitch. I'm like, okay, cool. I might have to cook wood for charcoal because I have no torches now. Sid, thank you for the gifties. I appreciate it. What about Bogopia? It just won't. I can't. As much as I would love to swap to a different game, TikTok would just go crazy. And we didn't stream on TikTok on Sunday. And we barely streamed yesterday. So it is the situation that we are in. Unfortunately. course, Cassie, thank you for the follow. Sigh. Yeah. I need a moment, guys. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Give me a second, y'all. I'll be right back. I got to just take like a 30-second moment. 2 seconds, y'all. Okay, let's go mining. Let's go mining. Let's go mining, y'all. Let's do it up. We're going mining. I need to cook up some food before we go, though. Welcome back. Thank you, Just Dark. I appreciate it. I need to cook up some food before we go. We're going to use wood because I don't even care. Because I don't even care. Scary fun, yeah. How long does it take to cook steak? What's your favorite color? Purple. Purple's mine. Purple is mine. Personally. If there was a drawn village, yeah. Agreed. You know what, guys? Actually, I think I'm done playing Minecraft on stream. I don't think I actually enjoy it anymore. And I don't want to play something I don't enjoy. Yeah, I think I'm done playing it on stream. You know what? Yeah, I think I'm done playing it on stream. I don't think I'm enjoying it anymore. And I don't want to. Yeah, I think forever. I don't think it was a fun time when we did it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. I think we're gonna do that. Yeah, I don't think I want to play it anymore. You know what, Diva? Yeah, I don't think I want to do it. I just don't think I want to do it. Yeah, I'm not enjoying it anymore. I feel like every time that I play it, I'm like actually just playing it for you guys. And I'm like, actually, I don't want to play it anymore. I'm not having fun with it anymore. I think I'll do it again if we get like an SMP going or something along those lines. But I think we'll do an SMP or like something along those lines when I get with other creators. I think I don't want to play this though anymore. I don't think I'm enjoying it lately. I haven't been having really a lot of fun with it, you know? It feels very monotonous. So I'm not going to do it, you know? And that's what we're going to do. So we're going to play something else. I don't know what we're going to play. I'm going to think here in a second. And if you don't want to stick around for that, that's okay. And if you do, that's also okay. You guys can pick and choose what you want to stick around for. But you know what? I'm not gonna force myself to play something. Livy, thank you for the galaxy.
Who loves her kids and never stops with gentle hands and the heart of a fighter.
I'm a survivor. I just don't want to, you know, I want to be able to like enjoy what we're playing. And I'm like, you know what? I don't want to do that. I just feel like I need something else to like do in it. I think my problem with Minecraft in general for me right now is that it's just the same thing over and over again. And I get so bored with it that I'm like, okay, you know, that's my problem right now is I'm like, okay, we die. I have to go back to the mines to get diamonds. We die. I have to go back to the mines to get diamonds. And I'm like, I just feel like it's like, you should try RL Craft. I've heard of that one, Juno. I have heard of RL Craft. I have heard of that one before. You know, are you doing another cozy game? I don't know. I mean, we've been playing Minecraft. I mean, we've done Minecraft for several months now. That's a real, I just think I need other people to play with. I really think that's it. You know what I mean? I think that's the problem with Minecraft for me is like, it needs to be something that I'm doing like with other people at the same time. Like when we did the hardcore challenge with Soph and Bobby Mack. You know what I mean? Like that, I was like, that was a lot of fun. Like I enjoy doing that with them than doing it solo. I think the solo is what's not working for me. I think when it's unsolo, it's more fun. You know what I mean? So I think that's what I need to rework on for Minecraft to make it like part of our thing is like doing, yeah, it's just, I think it literally is just the solo part of it. That's what it is. It's actually, it's because like solo is just, it's so monotonous. But when we're not solo, it's more fun. I feel like there's more to do, you know? It'll come back at the right time. Yeah, just definitely love it. Yeah. So that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. I don't want to force it. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't want to like force it. So we're gonna play something else. Let's see what we got. Repo. We could. I mean, the reality is we're kind of like, it's like 5 o'clock now, so we could do Leave It Alone. I heard that one. We might do Fortnite just for the rest of the day today. Also because I'm nervous about goals. But we could also. But I'm also like thinking what I want to do in terms of like. For the rest of Minecraft this week if we do something else. Yeah. And again, it's not that I love Minecraft. I just am like, again, y'all, I don't know what it is. I wish I could tell you why I feel this way with games all the time. Because I do feel like I disappoint you guys a lot. Not that I disappoint you guys. Sorry, that's not the phrase I'm looking for. But like, it happens with every game that I play. And I hate that happens to me. You know what I mean? Like every game that I play, Fortnite, Sims, Minecraft. I don't know why I'm like this. I don't know why I'm like this all the time. But I do feel like every like, I'm just like, I can't do it. You know? Or it's like that you're human. No, I know. I just am like, are you Samantha? Yeah. And it's not even that it's like a break. It's like, I don't know. What if we yapped? We yapped already. We did yap already. Hi, Kay, welcome in. Okay, so we have phases. You're not alone. Yeah, I think it's the phases of it. I think what I need to do, guys, is also do more just like new games that come out when they're popular and do those for like a couple of days and then have like our regulars. You know what I mean? But I get that having an audience makes you feel. Yeah, I think also it's kind of like the expectation a little bit, you know? Oh, thank you. You're the one. I always need to play new games and different games. Yeah. Yeah. I just think, you know, that's how it is. But, you know, I just don't want to, you know, if it's not vibing, it's not vibing. And then if I'm not enjoying it, I'm like, I'm not enjoying it, you know? I'm like, I'd rather play something we're enjoying and loving. So for the March Life, yeah. I'm excited for that one too. Yeah, I don't know. Let me think for a moment what we want to do. Playing with your personality, like I'm going to follow. I love that. I love that. Oh yeah, you got to play for joy for sure. Exactly. Thank you, Liz. What games do you enjoy? It's a great question. It's a really great question, Em. I have. It's got to go. Yeah, I love all, like I do love Fortnite. I love Minecraft. I love the games that we play. I think part of what I have discovered becoming a content creator is that I don't love playing a game all the time, every day of the week, even if it's every other day. And I think that's part of the problem. And so I struggle to like find games that I love these days. I mean, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm always just like, okay. And it's such a monotonous thing to complain about sometimes. I'm always like, why am I doing this? Like, fuck it, just play the game. You know what I mean? But also I'm like, ugh, it's not gonna be enjoyable for you guys where I'm just like walking around being like, meh. Stream, yeah. And dual stream, yes, yeah. So here's what I'm trying to do and what I'm trying to change a little bit. When we do, I want to do more collabs. I think for me with collabs, the issue is our communities, as I've said, we talked about like 18 times this week, so I'm not going to go into the full details about it because you guys have probably heard this multiple times now at this point. But like the going back and forth. So what I'm trying to do now, like I talked to the mods earlier, like having you guys being able to communicate and have more conversations with each other in the stream so that when I do have a collab moment, it's less that we lose momentum from it, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? It's that type of thing, I think, a little bit. So I think it's a little of that. With it too, you know, you'll be just be there. It was so funny. Yeah. So like those types of games, I'd love to do more. I think more of those types of games I want to do. It's just being able to find things to like interact with you guys. And I am working on an SMP with other content creators, so Minecraft is not going to go away. It's just I don't want to play it solo anymore. I think I've just learned as of today, I don't want to play Minecraft solo very much. I think that's my thing is I just don't want to play Minecraft solo anymore. Like, I just don't think solo Minecraft is like the thing for me. I think on a server or with other people or other things, I'm more into it. But I think solo, I'm like, no, you know? Loki thought you were Tyler Oakley. I get there very often. I'm like, rather not. I get by myself. Yeah, like when I'm playing it by myself, I'm like, actually, no. Even though I have you guys to talk to, I'm just like, I'd rather not, you know? I'd rather not. I feel the same. And that's okay, right? And that's normal. I said that yesterday's stream. Yeah, it's like, I just feel like I need to play with other people or have like other things going on. Because when I'm by myself, I'm just like, okay. So I do like Stardew. I do like Stardew, yes. Stardew is one that I get, Suki, thank you for the follow. For the storyline game, I have thought about playing storyline games, yes. Part of me has always been like, we should just go back to storyline games. Part of me has. Yeah. I do miss those. Stardew is a fun one. The thing with Stardew is I get to like summer one and I'm like, okay, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Do you play Animal Crossing? Not anymore, Brianna. No, not anymore. Not anymore. Kendra, guys, thank you for the gifties. I do appreciate it. Thank you for the love, by the way. I've heard of Roots of Pacha. Finished The Last of Us. We need to, the thing is, it's been so, I need to like replay it because I feel like it's been so long, you know? Pocopia. Yeah. Hi, Ash. How are you? Red Dead Redemption. Yeah, Red Dead Redemption. We will probably just, because it's 5 o'clock already, we will probably do Fort just for the rest of the day. I would say if it wasn't 5 o'clock, if it wasn't like, if we had like 6 hours left of stream, what do you play when you're not streaming? Marvel Rivals and Deadlock and not Minecraft, sorry, and Pokemon games. Those are the big three I play. Marvel Rivals, Deadlock, and Pokemon games right now. I love Mastro. What games have you played the longest in terms of like since I was a kid? To go out you rage, yeah. Started with a new update. Does it really? Hi Abby, how are you? Someone watch? Yeah, I'd love to watch a Pokemon stream. Would you guys really? That's so fun. Maybe we'll do that. I know the new game's coming out soon. Just ideas. Listen, I love these ideas. Trust me. Maybe we do like a Nuzlocke eventually too. I do want to like start testing some things, you know? Have you tried Overwatch? Is that better than Marvel Rivals? I've played Overwatch, yeah. Have you played Subnautica? I have. No, I haven't. Sorry. No, I haven't. I don't know why I said I have. Yeah, but isn't it? Aren't the dateables like fucking Cliff, girl? Girl, who am I gonna? No, thank you. I'd rather choke. All right. I have not. Like I got in your head. We didn't get this mega. Yeah, Cliff the bear. No, he's not a bear. Ew. Zelda would be fun. Zelda would be fun. See, Zelda's a fun game too. I have played Inzoi. Zelda would be a fun one to like do a redo of eventually. Zelda would be a fun one. Zelda would be. And Nuzlocke Steak would be good. My fave. There are things I would love to play. It's more so that it's like what TikTok is tough because it's an algorithmic thing, you know. That's the main thing. You know what I mean? That's the main thing with it. TikTok is an algorithmic type situation. What for real? It's so popular. I know it is so popular. No, I'm like looking to see what. There's also a new game that came out today called Windrose that I heard. Pokemon is huge on TikTok though. No, I don't know if on live streams it is. Hi Harley, how are you? I want to do. Okay, so I need to lock in on GTA and Red Dead Redemption roleplay because I want to do. I actually think I would have a blast doing that. I just don't know how to start it. I don't want to play the game. I want to like do the roleplay. I just have, if any of you know like how to set it up, servers, anything like that, please DM me because I would love to like actually set that up properly and do that. That's what I would love to do more of, is that very specifically. Very specifically. I could just see it would be so fun. Yeah, I would love to like actually like set up a server, do like or not set up a server, but find a server to join, do the role play. Do more of those. Like, I think that'd be a lot of fun. I think that'd be silly, goofy, fun stuff, you know? Market Simulator? Yeah, I'm thinking about Retro Rewind right now, actually, is the one that I am thinking about. A Marshall Strip? I love that. I agree. I would love to play that. The Never Found a Driver joint? Yeah. Does GTA cost money? I think so, but I think it's cheap now. We should use in Java? I don't know, Holly. Be so fucking funny. I would love to run a bar in Red Dead Redemption. I think that'd be so funny. So see if I was at all of used to, I would DM you, but I'm useless to tech. No, I just don't know. I don't know. I gotta like find somebody who actually knows the actual like how it works. You know what I mean? I actually have no idea. I have no idea how it works. I really don't. I have no clue. That's the T. I just don't know specifically how the game works. But yeah, I just don't want to. I feel like I'm like trying to force sometimes a game like this. I get that very often, and to those who are like sad about Minecraft, please know I don't want it to like go away. I just need to find a way to. I need to find the method in which I can enjoy it, if that makes sense. And I just don't think playing solo is the way that I'm going to enjoy Minecraft. Like I loved playing Girly Pop SMP when we were doing things. I loved doing like the shared health challenge with Soph and those guys. Like I love that. And so I think I want to do more of that. I just want to find more ways to do that interaction stuff. And I think that's what we have to come up with and do things, you know? Play with viewers. I would do that, Brooklyn. The only thing with me making a server for the community, as much as I love, sometimes what happens in like the best way possible, people get kind of weird. Do you go to school? I have a bachelor's degree, Leah. I've graduated from college several years ago. I'm 27. My labs. Okay, Mallard. It's okay. I love solo gaming. Yeah, I just feel like not every game is great for solo gaming. You know what I mean? I don't think it is. Ninnikins, how are you? Yeah, people get kind of parasocial. People get weird. And honestly, in the like coolest way possible, I also would love to like do more collabby stuff with other content creators, because I feel like then it's a fun thing for audiences to like watch us interact with each other, and they also kind of understand how streaming works too. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That type of situation. But I just feel like Minecraft right now, I'm like, okay, you know. I'm like, I'm all right, you know? Total valid reason? Yeah. That's the only reason. That's also why I'm always so hesitant with things, you know. The other better games for the community. Yeah, I feel like, you know, Fortnite's a great community game, which I need to do more. No, we're not getting off, Ray. I just don't want to play Minecraft. I decided, I was like, actually, I don't want to play Minecraft today, or solo Minecraft ever. So I'm like, okay, that's fine. That's okay. You know what I mean? And so now I'm like, what should we play for the rest of the day? What should we play for the rest of the day? What are we going to do for the rest of the day? Well, let's get through the day. Yeah, I think we need to get through the rest of today, and then we'll brainstorm for other shit for other days. You know what I mean? But let's get through the rest of today specifically. Rodalicia, what are you saying? Well, play then, Zesh. Click already. Girl, can you speak English? Pokopia. I thought about Pokopia, the egg game, maybe. May have to rewind. The only thing is, I'm just like, do I want to spend the. But well, also, this is my job, so I can buy that game. Like, I should just do that. You know what I mean? I don't know. What time is it? It's 5 o'clock. You gay? You gax? You gay 6? You ga 6? I am gay. I don't like Five Nights at Freddy's. All right, fuck it. Let's play Retro Rewind. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'll buy the game. Hold on, let me go full screen for a second here. Let's play Retro Rewind. That's kind of Minecraft-ish anyways, too. You know what I mean? That's kind of Minecraft-ish anyways. So, for the rest of the day. Yeah, I would love to do like a Nuzlocke or something. I would. Girl. Why is the bundle cheaper? Okay, hold on. I gotta go full screen so I don't show you guys anything. Hold on. Let me go full screen. Yeah, thank you. View my cart. I'm purchasing. Sure, you can tell me a secret if you'd like to. Hi, Sammy. Okay, I'm installing the game. Who's Your Daddy game? I don't know that game. What's that one? I actually don't know that one. Hold on, y'all. I gotta adjust the stream stuff too. I like your background. Thank you, Sad Signet. I appreciate it. But your name is Tonka Jahari, isn't it? Oh, wait. Hold on. What's VHS? There we go. Can you see my comment? I see that one, Mantis. Good, Sammy. How are you? Sorry, guys. I'm just getting this set here for one DoorDash order only. Frog Pond SMP earlier today. Maybe that could be something for you if that's possible. Yeah, I think what I need to do for Minecraft is just other people. I just think I can't do solo Minecraft. That's what I've decided. I think is I just can't do solo Minecraft, and that's okay. That's perfectly fine. You know what I mean? But I just think solo Minecraft is not what we're gonna be able to do, which is totally okay. You know, I am doing good. Wait, Marisol, for what? For what? Okay, wait, let me switch to the game here. Hold on. And that's fine. All right. Shall we play? See what happens? I haven't played a simulator in like 18 years. I can't. Yeah, I feel like you have to have other things going on, right? It's 1990. I wasn't even born yet. Okay. Crouch and sprint. Gen Z. I think I might need to move my camera so you guys can see. Wait, hold on. Let me move my camera on TikTok so you guys, or on purple, so you guys can actually see with the stuff here. There, maybe. Is that okay? Maybe. You guys see everything there? Hello, T Hendo. How are you? Guys, can a mod do a ping for me in the Discord? Mallard, maybe, or somebody just saying we're trying out Retro Rewind. Okay. Wait, hold on. I need to turn down the sensitivity like crazy. It's way too much. I feel like that. Oh, I didn't do it because I didn't save it. I was like, hello. Okay. Access the catalog located in the office. Oh, girl. Astral Traveler, they got the follow. Welcome in over here. Use the catalog, order 3 shelves to display our movies. Boom. Boom. Yes, thank you guys for tapping. Pick up your new shelves in the back store. Wait, where? Oh, back here. Okay. I love that you can place it any which way. 1. We do you, mama. Welcome in. 2. Yeah, this is just a classic simulator game. And guys, if you're scrolling by the FYP on TikTok and willing to leave a slay or a follow for a Zesty Bestie, we'd love to have you. Does that look even? I'll be pissed. Okay, access your computer located in the office. I'm right. No, computer. Jesse, you have to have usually, I believe it's 1,000 followers. I don't know what the actual requirements are anymore. It's been so long for me. Hi, Cassie. How are you? I feel like the music's going to drive me crazy after a little while. I might need to turn the music down. I feel like the music's going to be like a lot. Oh my God. How many can I carry? Your hands are full. Oh, I dropped one. Oh my God. Over there. Hi, Ruby. How are you? Wait, is there some way that I should like display these? Or they're all just different? Should I keep going back and grabbing them? Of course, Pacifico. Yeah, welcome in. Nope. Oh my God, I keep dropping them. How many can I carry? Hello? Okay. Hi, Forever Boy. How are you? And buddies, don't forget your daily heart music if you're coming in. Benchy, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You can only hold 10 at a time? Okay. Girl, I can't count though. Oh my God. You guys doing math and I'm like, girl, I don't fucking know. Okay, the music stopped. That's good. No, wait. Just back and forth. Back and forth. Back and forth. Okay, got him. The top of the rack will display the type or mixed if it's mixed titles. Oh shit. This says horror though. Oh, it automatically changes it. Oh, okay, T. I can't go either, Bessie. I know. Save your progress with a time clock machine in the back store. God, this is really old. Oh. T. Hold on, let me see. I feel like, can you guys hear the game or is it quiet? Is it quiet for you guys? I'm turning it up a little bit. I'm turning down the music. Hopefully that's a little better. From the outside of the building, look with the front signage, customize the name of your store. Guys, what do we name the store? Adult Video Outlet. No? Well, I love that there are welcome to the Adult Video Outlet. I think I gotta keep it that, y'all. All right. Guys, who's gonna drop the next heart me on TikTok for the day? Turn on the open sign next to the front door to start your day. Okay. I feel like it's funny. And we do have our daily goals, y'all, since we swapped around. We do have our daily goals. We have our goals on TikTok and on Purple for the daily stuff. I did say if we hit the goals today, I would show you guys the gym pic I took. Riley, thank you for the heartbeat. Okay, so now we just wait. Exactly, Shay. Welcome to the AVO. You still crochet? I do. Girl, what you getting? What remains of the body part? Why does it say bad critic on there? Wait, serve 3 customers. How do I, oh God, how do I do this? Oh, thank you. When the balance is settled, hit the space bar. Did I do it? Receipt. Oh, I have to give her $16 back. Wait, how do I give her back money? Hold on, bitch. Don't hum me. I'm working on it. God. You gave back less money than expected? Okay, wait, 16. I'm working on it. Damn. Jesse, for the hurt me. You would like the queen, a beacon of hope. Girl, what is she wearing? And the Lightkeeper's hobo. Yeah. Girl, what is she wearing? I don't like that. That's Fashion Mama, is it? Jazzy, give her the tiny dinies, is it? $2. $2. Boop. Gimme. 13. I don't like doing it. This is one thing I don't like about simulator games. I hate doing math. Like, I know it shows it on the screen. That's the one thing I hate about these simulator games. I'm like, girl, I can't do math. I'm too gay for this shit. Hi, Vanessa. I'm like, I can't. Go to the flyer stand by the main entrance and pick up a flyer. Girl, what can I help you with? I want to prank my partner and rent a bad movie. He's going to lose it. Give me your worst movie. Sure. Wait, do I have to find her the movie? Oh my God, hold on. What do you want? $1. There, bye, get out. Okay, she wants a scary movie. She wants a, wait, did you say scary movie or bad movie? What did she want? Was it bad movie? Bad critic movie. Can you back the fuck up? My God. Damn, girl. I'm giving her a scary movie. Here you go, girl.
Wow.
Cookie on death row. 15, 16. I know, right? Are you gonna check? Thank you. I gotta do the flyer thing here, though. Okay, $2. Oh my God, thank you for the heart me. Mod, we're playing the Retro Rewind game. Retro Rewind game. He's kind of cute. Silver Fox. Okay, bye. I gotta pick up these posters. So I'm gonna grab these posters. As a new business owner, it's important to promote your store. When things are quiet, hand out girl, it's been busy as shit. I got this guy. I can't do anything. Okay, let's go give these out real quick. Never, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Oh.
Oh. Girl, what are these NPCs? I was just heading there, actually. Okay. Hi, Wes.
Oh.
What are these NPCs? I'm stuck babysitting tonight. Do you have an old movie to recommend? The kids always fall asleep watching boring classics. I'd enjoy your recommendation even more if you gave me a drama film. I can't help you at the moment. Get out. Girl, go read a goddamn review online. There's too much going on. Hi, Tess. How are you? Mod, thank you for the heart me. Thank you, guys. $1. Check Rotten. Yeah, go on Rotten Tomatoes, okay? I really don't like this guy. This, he's gonna flash me, isn't he? He's gonna do like one of the, never mind. He's gonna flash me. Are you good at Fortnite? I don't know. Join me with the follow. We're playing the Retro Rewind game. We were playing Minecraft, but I decided I just wasn't feeling anymore. K-Tastic did the follow too. The light switch guy, yeah. Thank you. Can I close? Girl, what is that walk? Sissy that walk, honey. Sissy that walk, honey. I'm good, Angel. How are you? Oh, we're not playing Fortnite right now. Do I close? Should I close? Or, oh, wait. Should I get more flyers out? Laura, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Hey.
Already on my way? Okay. Girl, there you go.
Oh.
Hello.
Hi. Oh.
One for you. There you go.
Ooh.
Oh. I think you close at 10. Oh, does it auto close for you? Thumbelish, thank you for the heart me. Tess is help with the tiny tiny goal. Thank you, Batty. They all look, I know they're shell shocked. Hello. Curtain fall over my, what are the names of these fucking movies? Toadstool in Detention. I don't like this. 5, 6, 7, 8. You work at a Blockbuster. They really do look dead inside. I've actually never, I don't remember ever going to, I never went to a Blockbuster when I was growing up. $1. I never went to a Blockbuster growing up. I didn't close the door to finish the day. Okay. Okay. Hi, Looney Love. How are you? Girl, what was that? Oh my God. First day complete. I can't believe it. Help me. Help me. I used to use Netflix. Moving the cam and chat to the left side, it blocks the registered computer in the bunch. It's all for my content brain. Yes, I can move it. Can you guys not see it on purple? Is it moving the, you can't see everything. Go that side, maybe. Better, y'all. Perf. Katina, yes. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll go in the top corner and I'll move the sub goal like over here. That should be fine. There. Don't mind me for a second, y'all. Going as a kid to big movie and sex was fun. Yeah. I just never went. Sorry, I'm not old like you guys. So I'm not old like you guys, okay? Do you have a CRT? It's the best virtual games. No. Oop, clock it. Wait, where's the thing? Okay, I'm only 26. Okay, you're actually younger than me, so shut up. The calendar is updated every morning and affects gameplay in exciting ways with new releases, but girl, that's a lot to do. What day is it today? How do I tell what day it is? Is there like a, oh, today's Monday. There's nothing going on Monday. I think it's 35 right now. I'm 18, girl. All right. Many kinds of random movies throughout the night. Go to the return station to process the returns before starting the day. Okay. Scan a movie to begin. Where are the movies? Oh, here. Now I pick it up. Do I have to put it into here? Oh. Rewind. Is it rewound? Oh God, I have to rewound. Oh my God. Oh, wait, how do I do it? Oh, fuck. Okay, this is a lot. Jess, thank you for the bounce speakers. How do I rewind it? What do I click? Oh, I have to like, what the fuck? God damn. Jesus. Okay. So movies are reserved by customers. Reserved? Holy, oh my God. Okay, let me put these back first. Wait, it won't let me. Let me out. Why am I caged in? Fuck. Oh my God, they've put an invisible boundary around me. What the hell? Why? Let me out of here. God. Hi, Green Day. How are you? Damn. Okay, there's still so many to do here. Good. Oh my God. This is the most monotonous life ever. I hated working retail in college, so this is like actually a little triggering for me. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, now we're open. Hi, Spam. How are you? Guys, welcome in. Don't forget your daily heart music for coming in. And we're almost halfway with the tiny diny goal, y'all. Minimum wage simulator, literally. Is that a, yeah, I think eventually we have to start serving. Girl, what? I'm here to pick up. Oh, you're here. Okay. Here you go, girl. I think eventually you have to serve popcorn. My day's going good. I guess we only have horror movies. I don't know. Guys, do you think we can get... I wonder if they make a mod for this game where they make it adult movies. I think that'd be so funny. Can somebody see if there's a mod for that? Can somebody see if there's a mod for that? It's fun, Lucy. It's definitely just like most of the simulator games, I feel like. Just keep playing. Wait, do you get adult movies? Yes! Fuck yeah. And I bet you they're all fucking straight too. And I bet you they all are straight. And I bet you they're all straight. You're not going to see Sean Cody on here, okay? You're not going to see Sean Cody in this place, okay? I'm glad, Spam. Amanda, we are playing Retro Rewind. We just left bushes. What about Power Wash Simulator? Well, I mean, that sounds like a great adult film. Excuse me? The King's Templar. Oh my God. Girl, why'd you give me a 20 for this? Are you kidding me? Give me your thing. Thank you. $1. So they're walking, baby. Honestly, this town looks a little, The thing is, since Water Park Simulator... Oh, girl. What? Do I have what remains of the body part? I have no... Okay. Is it on there? Okay, I do. The one reason I liked Water Park Simulator is I could beat people up. And I can't really do that right now. You were here. Girl, how did you call me? We don't have cell phones yet. How did she call me and get here so fast? How did she call me and get here so fast? We don't have cell phones. It's 1990. She lives nearby. Phone booth. Oh yeah, I forgot about those. Until he remains a body part. Girl, I know he's standing outside of school for far too long every day. I know. I know. I know, girl. Hold on. A scary coffin. Girl, just hold on a second, girl. Oh my God. She's from the future. She is. 20, 40, 1, 2. Enjoy. And now what? Oh my God, I have returns still? Oh my God. I have to do returns all, like, while this is happening. Oh, this is the worst. Okay. I'm restocking. Hi, Cam. You were playing Retro Rewind. No, I have not, Copy Moon. I have not. And guys, we're 3 followers away from 50 followers on TikTok. Yeah, I think we're gonna do more of these types of games too, Emily, I think. More just like games that are popular in the moment, you know? I want to scare my grandma with a dark horror movie. What should I watch? I'm not helping you scare your fucking grandma. Get out of here. What is wrong with you? I'm not doing that shit. Please. Oh my God. Leave your poor granny alone. Do I have a mod on TikTok, please, that could handle that? Just would you like the adult movies? That's crazy. Six. Okay, I gotta do it. Hold on. We don't have a mod on TikTok. Let me do this. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. I'm just picking the TikTok, folks. See if we have anybody. Hold on, y'all. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, never mind. I won't ping. I won't ping. I won't ping now. Thank you, baddies. Tis I, Moondrop. Wait, I love that. We try. Thank you, baddies. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if we had anybody or not. Oh, wait. What was I doing? Oh, shit. Wait, she did 2. Wait, I broke it. Oh, God. 250. Hello. Toadstool in detention. I don't like that one. $1. You did. And so now I just keep doing returns, I guess. Wait, should I buy more stuff? Probably, right? Oh. Girl, hold on a second. I don't like him just standing there. What would you like? I have the movie A Scary Coffin in the Tent reserved. Sure. Yeah, we need upgrades. Okay. Maybe at the end of the day, we'll buy shit. Guys, I wasn't born until 1998, okay? I have no idea what's going on. $8. 5, 6, 7, 8. And Betty's think we can finish out the Tiny Dining goal to get us moving and grooving on that. We're 70 away on the Tiny Dining goal on TikTok. 1998, Betty. Go old, yeah. Okay, VHS Water Park Sim. Literally, Fleshy, how are you? Only thing is, you don't get to hit people in this one. I don't think. Or do we? Or do we get to hit people in this one? That's the question. Yeah, you kind of do, but it also auto-organizes it, kind of.
You're first. You go first. Your turn.
Fleshy! Thank you for the sunglasses. You can throw movies at them? Oh, thank God. It's rain outside. Girl, I need you to leave.
I want to thank all the evil gays.
Flashy, thank
you. Know, I just really.
Leave, girl. Bye. Okay, we made $107. So loud. Holy shit. And Katie for the 10 days, guys. Thank you for the gifties. Order the new release from the new tab on the computer. The movie will be considered new for 7 days. Okay. Okay, period. Okay, let's order the movie. New. Poetry is Dead. I need 5 of them. Girl, what are some of these movies? Why are these all so crazy? Get 10 of those, Johns. What'd you call me? Dead Husband Campground, Bathroom Carnage. Wait, I can go on the black market? Wait, what? How do I do this? I want to go on the black... Guys, I want to go on the deep web. Wait. How do I have a SKU? What's the SKU? I'm gonna buy the bundle. Cheyenne, thank you for the sub. You have to examine the movie. Oh, you're like basically like stealing it. Oh, but there's like a wait, what is this? Can I put this like here maybe? Poetry is Dead. I want to put the Poetry is Dead in a different section. I love you, dude. How are you? I want to get Poetry is Dead in a different section. Guys, we're now halfway with the Tiny Dining Goal, by the way. Wait, is that an... Meet me out back at 9 p.m. every Tuesday and Thursday. And that's trade. And girl, that's DL. And girl, that's DL. That's yeah, wink wink, honey. Wait, why is this one gay? Why is this one? All the rest are normal and this one's why? It's limited edition, honey.
Sashay away.
Well, oh, I gotta scan. No, I need them though, KD. This, some guys were, oh my God, late fee. Late fee. Ugh, rewind, okay. The fucking blender. I think you can. Wait, why is this? Oh my God. Okay, this is a lot of work. Okay. Reserved. There's so many movies I have to check in. Okay. I think I have 5. You can play movies on the TV as well. Wait, really? 1, 2. The Demented Clairvoyant. I don't think you can say that. I don't think you can say that anymore. I don't think you can say that anymore. Oh, that's me. I'm at work. Oh my God, Blue Diamond. We're basically clocked in together right now. All right, y'all. I'm going to challenge us on our goals today. I do want to see if we can slay them up. We do have a big prize if we do. Another gay one on the shelf. Yeah, I did see another gay one on there. We got 2. Girl, what was that noise? Oh, somebody left something. Reserved. Oh my God. Who reserves these? Look at you guys. Thank you guys for the tiny sunshine. Oh my God. Thank you guys. And Val. Val's gay. She took the gay one. Guys, she bought the gay one. Wait. Oh, $2. Guys, thank you for slaying. Okay, ally. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, no worries, Biggie G. No worries. All right, Eddie. Okay. Pork chops and veggies. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 50. Guys, thank you for bringing the 10 in to go. Wait, you guys are so slay. Let me change the new. Hold on, let me change the goal. You guys ate that up. Hold on. You guys ate that up. Me hot to go. Oh, we'll do hand hearts now. We'll do hand hearts now, y'all. Thank you. Hi, Sunshine. How are you? Okay. I don't know why I keep squatting by accident. $4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably gay. It's true. Yeah, I don't love how they look. I also don't love how they walk. They look a little scary. Like, girl, what is she doing? Should I hand out flyers?
Hey.
Chantel, thank you guys. Thank you guys. Oh my gosh, thanks, baddies. That's okay. Oh my God, Mean, you know that's okay. Have you done a video camera? I have not, Knockware. I have a custom, well, I have a XLR camera. Chantel, thank you for all those hand hearts. And Nayla, thank you too. Get those squats in, girl. Yeah, I don't like that they're like moaning at me. I would like an old movie, something from the golden age of cinema. What do you suggest? I can't help you at the moment. Bye. Courtney, guys, thank you. Oh my gosh, Chantel, Courtney, thank you guys. Girl, I don't want to help them. Like, just go figure it out yourself. Hi, Valley. How are you? Welcome in. Poetry is dead. Okay. Enjoy. Again, I don't like how these guys look. They look scary. The titles are kind of funny. I like the Ghostbusters reference here. Like it's yeah, literally, it's 3 goddamn shelves. Just look a little. Like, just look a little. Chantel, oh my God, Chantel is basically slaying the goal right now. Thank you so much. And Courtney, thank you for the finger hearts too. Love your child, please love your book. Thank you. You're buying Pokemon cards? Jealous. I was like, where's my phone? Hold on. Oh wait, I got an email from girl. You're never gonna fucking guess what email I just got. I just finally got an email back from the Pokemon Center, and they were like, "Sorry, you didn't respond in time, so your account's still banned." 24 hours later, I finally get an email back from the support chat is ready for me, and I miss it by 5 minutes. Hi, Casual. And I miss it by 5 minutes. Hi. Chantel, thank you for all of those. Girl, that's crazy. The goddamn nerve. How are you? I gotta message you. I literally have something for you. I gotta DM you after the stream today. Chantel, thank you so much. Can we get some slaves for Chantel with all of those hand hearts, by the way? Tyler Oakley, no. But people think that all the time. What remains of the body part there for you?
Ooh.
Grab your money. You dyed your hair red? I love that. Wait, we hit the hand art goal. Are you kidding me? Oh, you guys are eating. We're almost halfway with the goal on TikTok. Thank you. Right. Oh. Also busy. Oh, you're moving. Wait, that's exciting though. That's so exciting. I don't want to be like, where are you moving to? That's so exciting. I hate moving so much. I truly, if there's one thing I hate more than anything, it's actually moving. Let me set new goal here. Hold on, y'all. I actually like hate moving more than anything. We'll do a donut goal, y'all. But I'm happy for you. It's really exciting. I just hate the process of moving. You know what I mean? It's just like, ugh. Her. Okay. Never lived in. That's exciting though. Are you excited about it? His eyes though. I know. That's the thing is I hate packing. I absolutely loathe packing. Oh, I didn't see you. Sorry. Girl, hold your... Ooh. You see me right here, bitch. Oh, I can't. Grace, thank you for the heartbeat. Oh, I literally cannot. That's exciting though, Casual. I love that. That we're also moving. Yeah, right. I don't like that some of them were sunglasses inside too. Wait. Chantel, thank you for starting the donuts off too. Such a baddie. How are you? I'm good, Grace. How are you? I literally look like that. I'm offended. Okay. Okay, we're running out of movies. Wait, I gotta scan. Late. Hold on, wait a second. I feel like I have to keep restocking. Hello. Family gargoyle drama. $1. Pelly, thank you for the heartbeat, by the way. I appreciate it. Guys, we're 2 followers away from 50 on TikTok. So if you're scrolling by, leave a little follow for Zesty Bestie. Oh my God, I haven't been to Panera in ages. Sammy, thank you for the heartbeat. The last time I went to Panera, I got their what was it? The supercharged thing? Okay, strut that runway, mama. The supercharged, and now they don't serve it anymore or whatever. And I thought I was having a heart attack. Who's knocking? Hello? Oh, girl, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I'm either getting murdered or I'm getting my sucked. Either one of the two is gonna happen right now. Either one of the two is going to be happening right now. I don't know which it's going to be. I don't know which it's going to be. Flaming hot cake? Wait. His stepbrother is too big? Oh, yeah, baby. The loaf's true desire. Thank you. I will take those. Oh, absolutely. Oh, we have an adult section now, honey. Thank God. Oh, we hooked us up good. Wait. Wait, T. Wait, no, okay, wait. Girl, what do you have? My cat just died. Do you have a girl? I don't give a girl. No, go. My cat just died. Please, and watch her pick up a porno. Watch her pick up a porno after her cat dies. Which one'd you get, girl? Oh, your stepbrother's too big. Well. Your cat dies and you buy a goddamn. Well, fucking well. Uh-huh, yeah. Your cat may have died, but your I'm sorry. What did you say? What did you guys say? Hold on. What did you guys say? What is that title? Well, it's terrible. Uh-huh. Rewind that back. Rewind that one back for me. Bro, that was crazy. I have to serve slushies now. I don't want to do that shit. Are you kidding me? You complete your first 3 days as a proud video store owner. It's time to take your business to the next level. Okay. Well. Sure. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I got a message real quick. One second. Beyonce, thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate it. Oh my God. Oh my God. I just choked on my water. Hold on. Baddies. Hello. Guys, we do have our goal right now. We're at 46% of our goal on TikTok. We do have our donut go going on. As a reminder, baddies, I appreciate you so much just for being here and hanging out with us. And then we have our goal on Purple. We're about halfway. We didn't hit the goals yesterday, so I want to see if we can slam up today. Izzy, thank you for the heart me. Okay, wait, I need to buy this new thing. Stitcher, thank you. Where's the... Where do I buy the machine stuff? Oh, is it here? Oh, it's here. I repaired the slushy machine. Should I get some decorations? I'll buy a doormat and a frame stand and a frame. And maybe we'll buy one more shelf. For adult films. For adult films. Okay, we're gonna put the adult films here. This is the adult film section, guys. All right, right in front and center, baby. Right in front and center, all right? We're making a little display for it, all right? Can I change the, wait, can I change the, wait, wait. I guess I can't change what's on there. I thought I could change something on there. I guess not. People shelf Nokia shit. I know. Just to give the $5 nuts. I so appreciate that. Boop. Hit B to change it. Wait, really? Oh, I can pick. Wait, shit. What's the SKU for this one? Oh my God. How do I check the SKU? Oh my God, can I copy it? Control C. How do I copy it? Maybe. Control V. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Yeah, baby. Right on display, honey. And you know what? I'm gonna put another one up on it here too. Okay. What's the skew? Wait, I need the. Hold on. Is the stepbrother one back yet? Is this? I need the stepbrother one back. Oh, that's bullshit. Girl, that's crazy there. You're insane. Well, what do I do with this? Put the broken machine in the trash can located under the counter beneath the slush machine. Okay. Lots of poetry is dead here. Again, guys, keep an eye out of the brother one, okay? We got to keep an eye out for that one. Oh my god. We're playing Retro Rewind. It's a simulator game. Oh. Oh. Not Run to the Hollows, truly. Shark, thank you for the follow. No, it's $16. It was a little pricey. Okay, hold on. Put these away first. Put these away first. Hold on. Okay, girl, there. Okay. And guys, we're 1 follower away on TikTok from hitting 50 followers this stream. Shark, I'm doing good. How are you? Did the brother one come back yet? Was stepbrother on there? Yeah, for sure. Okay, I don't think we don't have the brother one back yet. Girl, hold on. Do you happen to have an adult section? Not every video store. Well, honey, they don't call us the adult video store for any reason. Of course we do. Of course we do. Like, hello? Like, hello? I'm gonna buy 10 of these as well. I kind of love it though, I know. How do I tell which one's an adult film? I guess by the title. Like, is Dr. Lane's Chosen PC? I guess it's not dirty, probably. I'm assuming. You'll have to watch them. You'd like that, wouldn't you? You'd like that, wouldn't you? Black cases? Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. I see. You guys know. Oh my god, you guys know. Okay, girl.
Hey.
Girl, oh my god, pick it up. Yourself. Damn.
Ooh.
Living me late. I know. Is your fixation game? I love that. I can't imagine people have to call to ask for. I know. The Android always watching. Okay, girl, where is it? Here you go. Enjoy. Hi, Queen. Girl's buying 2 porno movies. And it's 9:37 in the morning, and she's buying 2. Well, you have a good morning, sister. You have a good morning, sister.
Oh.
You have a good morning. My God. Baby's in her loot. Luface, that's so funny. I meant busy, not bushy. I think you meant exactly what you said, actually. I think you meant exactly what you said. I don't know. See how much fun we're having, guys. We wouldn't be having this on Minecraft right now because I'd be miserable. 1, 2, 50. Hold on, I gotta get the call here. Sure, I'll reserve it for you, girl. There. Curtain over my face spaceship. There. Here you go. Ooh. The hat, I know. 10, 11, 12. Rod, thank you for the heart. We welcome in. Hey, girl. What you got? Oh my God, she wants a slushy too. How do I do the slushy machine? What do I do? Okay. Wait. Am I doing this right? Here you go, girl. Did that work? Did I do that right? I have no idea. Are you able to hire someone to help? God, I hope so. Guys, thank you for the gifties. I so appreciate that. God, I hope so. What's next for you? 50 cents. Wait, what? Oh. No, what the frick? Okay. It's cup flavor slush. Okay. I'm sorry. A dead sausage in stall 66 sounds like not, you know. Oh, yes. Here you go. Wait, what did she want? Poetry that just came out. Do you have a copy? Do we have a copy of it? I don't know, girl. Do we? Come to the fucking shelves and look. God damn. If it's not on the shelves, then no, we don't. No, we don't, girl. Are you blind? God damn. Like, hello? Christine, thank you for the heart me. Yoga, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's see if I can find one for you. Okay, that's an adult. That's the adult film. Hold on, let me put the adult film back real quick. Hold on. Oh my God, hold on. I'm busy. I'm trying to find this for this woman. Oh my God. You guys see the poetry one? Nobody returned the poetry one. Are you kidding me? Great. Great. Nobody returned the poetry one. On the floor, literally. Did no one return the poetry one? Okay, I guess not. Hi, Lucy. How are you? Girl, I'm right here. How are you? It's good to see you. Well, guess not. There is like an anxiety to this game a little bit sometimes. You know what I mean? Because you have to go so fast. Okay, Queen, I see you. His stepbrother's too big. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I see you.
Hi.
Not him saying hi. And he wants a lemon fucking slushy to go with it. And he wants a lemon slushy to go with it. Mm-hmm. Did that girl leave? Okay, she did. Hi, Katrina. How are you?
Hey.
Girl, I'm... Wait. Oh, my God. I'm so rude. Like, I'm in the middle of something. I can only do so much here, Queen. Now, what do you want? I'm looking for something new. Do you have a new release movie to recommend? Go find one. I don't know if we have one, girl. Is it here? No one returned one. Like, go look. No, I don't have one, girl. Sorry, Queen. Like, I don't have what she wants. Thank you for the club cheers, Tess. Helping us with our goal. And guys, we do have our sub goal as well on Purple. As a reminder, if you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe for free.com. Oh God, they all do, literally. Don't me. Oh, hi, girl. See, you call and reserve something if you want something.
Oh.
See how easy that was? Hi, Kaylee. See how easy that was? Oh my God. I have a new Hinge match. Let's see if they're cute, guys. Yeah. We'll deal with that later. Okay, Fanatic, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I would be petrified to buy adult films at a like. Did any of you do that? Not you don't have to admit it, but like. Wait, was that a porno? The curtain fell over my doctor. It's in a black. Oh wait, hold on. Girl, okay, she wants a gay one. Girl, what does that mean? She want all the flavors? So exactly. I mean, thank you for the heart. They go popular. Thank you guys. I'm assuming it's all the flavors. Yeah, it is. She fruity. I plead the fifth. Okay. My dad did? Girl, you're putting your dad on blast there. That's crazy. There was a black curtain he would go to when I was a kid. Well, I always want to know what's behind the curtain. Okay. Okay. Well, you wouldn't. That's crazy. Yeah, they're behind black curtains. Wild. Okay, girl. Jeez. My God. Okay. Wait, so is this a porno then? No, it's a drama. Okay, it does say the category on it. Category is... And he disappeared. That's so funny. I'm gonna pin the goal real quick here on TikTok, y'all. Hold on. Do. Say anymore? I know. All red ones and then pop them together. You can make a horror section. I did kind of see that, yeah. We'll get the science fiction one. Oh, it's free. Okay. Ooh, that one's $21. I'll buy it. I don't know. Why not? Yeah, they got sites now. Nayla, thank you for with the donut goal. I appreciate it. My hands are full. This manager guy says he knows me. Who is it? Does he? Hi, Leah. DM me about it. Wait, I'll put that here so it's not sci-fi. Spellbound Bad, thank you for the 200 biddies. Auntie, thank you for the gifties too. I appreciate you. And Lana, thank you too. Okay, what else do we need? Wait, should I buy more things? I feel like I need to buy something else. Can we buy anything else though? I can buy a UFO. I can buy a robot for $900. Wait, customizable sign. Hold on, wait. Wait a minute. Hold on. I gotta center it. Hold on. What? I don't know what you're talking about, guys. I don't know what you're talking about. Broken. Oh my God. Good. Okay, girl. Oh my God, we might actually run out of room. I might need to buy more space. Wait, I might need to buy another shelf. Hold on, wait, T. I might need to buy another shelf. Hold on. One of those was reserved. I think I put it. I put it on the shelf, didn't I? The reserved one. I think I did. Wait, where? Didn't I put it on the shelf? Oh. Thank you. You can rewind. 2 reserve total. Okay, there we go. I know, it was crazy. I'm on another shelf. Hold on. Another shelf, another shelf, another shelf. Horror is red. Okay. I gotta like, I'm gonna start doing it by category soon, but for now they're just getting mixed media. Okay. For now they're just getting mixed media. Okay, these are the 2. Wait, I think these are the 2 pornos. Yeah. Judy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Guys, thank you for the gifties. I just saw those. Paige, oh my God. Sue, Jay, Paige, guys, thank you for the helping with the goals. Sure. The love's true desire. Girl is calling to reserve a porno, mind you. The girl is calling to reserve one. Calling to reserve one. Wild. What, she needed back. How else? You know more adult movies? I know, but they're not. There's none on the computer. Are there new ones that I don't know? Oh wait, I can probably search them on the black market, right? Aha. $68? Girl, go online. Go to Google. Okay. Velvet 8-Ball with the sub. Wait for the train in the alley. Yeah. I guess so. I think we have to wait. Is it today? I don't think he's here though. Oh, he's here today. Is he here now? Meet me out back at 9 p.m. every Tuesday and Thursday. Okay, so it's not now. 9 p.m. All right, let's open up. Yay. Okay, Les, perfect. Don't forget to get free money on the calendar. You get free money on the calendar? Oh my God. They didn't have internet like that? Yeah, but I'm not paying, I'm sorry. If you're paying $68 for you know what? Girl, that's crazy. Oh my God. Lots of reserves today. Lots of reserves. Wait, where do I claim it on the calendar? Oh! Oh! Okay, hold on. Shit. We are, Josh. Yeah, I said earlier on stream, we played Minecraft for a little bit, and I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm kind of done with Minecraft. Majestic. Hold on, wait. With 5 gifted.
She's an icon.
She's a legend. And she is the moment.
Death to all of them. Death. She passed away?
Oh. Oh, Mallory, I do know them, yes. So what I was saying, anyways, baddies. I think for a bit, what I'm done with on Minecraft, guys, I think is what I said earlier if you were here. Thank you so much for those 5 gifts, Majestic. I really appreciate it. Is I'm done with solo Minecraft, I think. I think I need to do Minecraft that isn't me playing it solo, because I think I just get too bored playing it solo. Like, I'm not having fun playing it solo. It gets kind of monotonous, kind of the same. Feels very repetitive. I loved playing Fortnite when we were on the SMP, or not Fortnite, Minecraft, sorry. Minecraft on the SMP. I loved playing Minecraft when we were doing it with like the hardcore challenge with Soph and Bobby Mack. Like that was so fun. I just think playing it solo on stream for me is actually I'm not really enjoying it too much. I think maybe if I find a good mod pack, we could try it solo, but I think solo vanilla, it's just too much of the same stuff all the time. And I'm just like, I don't know. It's not like hitting the way it used to hit for me. So I think what I'm going to do is stop playing solo Minecraft and just try and working on over the next week or two, maybe really trying to get like an SMP going, trying to get like, yeah, like I'm gonna try like maybe actually find, I need to do it off stream and not on stream, find like mods to play, like a horror mod, for example, so that we can still play Minecraft, but it's not just regular vanilla. I think I just can't do regular vanilla solo, if that makes sense. So Minecraft isn't going away forever. It's not going. It'll probably be back next week if I can find things to do with it, or even maybe this week. I don't know. But as of right now, I just don't want to play solo Minecraft anymore. I think I just don't think I enjoy it too much right now. And so I feel like it's just not. I every time I play it, you know what I mean? Yeah, we got to test that before you stream. Yeah, the Minecraft mods. Yeah. And I think what I want to start doing is I think like Fortnite obviously will always be like one of our main games. I think like Fortnite and then doing more games like these throughout the week is stuff I want to do too. You know what I mean? Like I'm having fun doing this one right now. You know what I mean? So I think doing more variety of these types of games that are like popular out throughout that, you know, come out every once in a while, you know, I think we'll do more of these too. And so that's kind of my thought process right now, I think. You know, I've thought about that, Zoe. Yeah. And again, it's not that like Minecraft is like, we can keep playing while I do this, is like boring or awful. I just think I've gotten to the point where we've played it. We've done several like solo worlds now where I'm just like, okay. Even though we haven't beaten the bosses, I'm just like, you know what I mean? Like I'd rather beat the bosses with other people and make it like a fun thing or something, you know? You know what I mean? So I think doing more of that is what I want to do. Okay, girl, I see you with the flaming hot cake. Yeah, it's just the solo side of things, I think. Especially when you have to play it like for 6 hours straight. I'm just like, you know, like Fortnite solo is so different because it's each game's a little different. There's like people going on. Jet, are you loving it? There's like, I don't know, things going on all the time. You know what I mean? Megan, thank you for the donuts and bro. Thank you. So there's that side of things, which I think makes Fortnite easier to play solo than.
Wow.
Did I? Oh no. Shit. Everyone's okay. I love that. Yes, it'll be approved. Hold on. Do you play Overwatch? I play Marvel Rivals. Stream Grounded. I like Grounded, yeah. So anyways, that's the tea, that's the shade. I just was like, yeah, you know what? I was like, we were mining again for like the 18th time, and I was like, yeah, this is whatever. You know. Could you help? My film class is talking about these old classics. Do I have an old film for him? Old. Here you go. Ooh. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate it. And like, again, we may eventually play solo Minecraft, but I think just doing like an SMP with other content creators would be a lot of fun too. And yeah, Fortnite gets updates all the time too, so there's just stuff going on. You know what I mean? Oh. There's just more things happening. I want a grape slushy. Just, you know how it be. All the changes, yeah. You guys know how it be. And so I appreciate y'all enjoying this. 1, 2, 3. Okay, girl. There we go. I sent you some memes on Instagram. Okay, I'll look at them probably after stream today. Girl, 30. Oh my God, I can't do math. 5, 6, 7, 8. It's retro rewind. Love it. Retro rewind. 50. Did I do that right? Okay. Take these patties. Guys, we're almost to 100K taps on TikTok. Yeah, exactly, Liz. I was just like, you know what? And that happens every once in a while. And that's okay, right? I mean, I had that happen to me with Fortnite for a bit, you know? We did get some, yes, Kevin, we did. You know, I had that with Fortnite, you know, a couple weeks or a couple months ago where I was like, I feel so burnt out from this game, you know? And like, that just happens. Thank you, Jasmine. I hope so too. I love that. I appreciate you guys. Guys, I am hungry. I'm like, do I order food? Yeah, I'm actually enjoying Fortnite right now. Red heirloom juice, yes. I'm actually enjoying Fortnite a lot right now, which is kind of crazy. I have been enjoying Fortnite a lot lately, which is funny. I have been enjoying it a lot more. Wait, you like Pokemon? Yes. I think we'd all watch you rip some stuff. Liz, we posted like 8 videos of me ripping. So you gotta go watch them, babes. We got some videos of me open packs. Like the couple, we got a couple videos ripping packs open. Hi, Bay, how are you? We got a couple already out there. Oh my God, girl, yes. Oh wait. Do I have all these? I gotta make sure I have the adult ones separate. Broth, I think I did, yeah. But if you have a suggestion for me, just read them in the regular suggestions. I just need to make a suggestions channel rather than like have them separated. We might have accidentally got rid of that one. Specifically. Girl. Sorry, why are her bazingas just bouncing all over the place? Did you see that? Girl has the strongest support system there. What the hell? That was crazy. That was crazy. My God. Love her. Wait, who did? I missed. Oh, Pawnee's tea. Yes. Thank you for the heart. We appreciate it. Low shoes are there reserved. Here we go. Nope, wrong one. Oh, wait, here it is. It's the porno. Oh. Yeah, enjoy. Don't owe me like that. Well. Don't owe me like that. She's excited. She is. Oh my God, I just cracked my neck so hard. And then I also think I really want to do GTA roleplay and Red Dead Redemption roleplay. I just actually need to find a creator or somebody who makes content for this that I can like talk to about and be like, okay, how do I do this safely? You know what I mean? Because I think that would be so fun to do. Gatsby Eat Dick, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hi, Alyssa, how are you? So, oh, I guess we have the back door. Oh my God, you want a slushie too? You're gonna have to wait a minute. My DL trade's out here. Give me the pornos. What do we got? The plant, my Broth with the sub for 11 months. Are you kidding me? Hello, hello.
Please, 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 don't prove I'm right.
Purchase. The enchanter.
Please, please, don't bring me to tears when I just did my makeup so nice. Heartbreak is one
Well. I'll buy this. Thank you for the sub, by the way. I really appreciate that. And girl, give me a damn minute, okay? Oh, wait. No. Hold on. Hold on. Oh my God. Oh my God. Everyone needs everything here. This is crazy. At least they don't get annoyed when I have like, when I'm like talking to customers or like doing other things. Paging for the roses. Girl. Okay.
Hey.
What? You returned a damaged rental. Oh, girl, fess it up. Give me the. I will pay, but I'm never coming back. Good. We don't want your ass back. I mean, it's been good. It's amazing. Really, Christina? Okay. Boop. Hi, Cozy Chick. How are you? I'm checking everybody out quickly. Her. Wow. Huh? You need to pay the bills. I get it. Thank you. Don't break it. Yeah, literally. Because they broke it. Literally. Very great. Who'd help? Okay, I'll see if I can reach out to him. Like crazy. Hey, Zesty. Guys, this game is a Retro Rewind, if you're wondering. Thank you for the follow, Karina Dunn. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Retro Rewind. If you're wondering. Hi. Okay, he wants a lemon slushie. Boop. Hi, Bendover. How are you? Guys, thank you for the gifties too. Help with our goals. We do have just a little bit longer. I'll see if we can slay the goals. This game, I think, is $16. You can buy there's like a bundle right now for 2 games. You can get it for 17, or there's like or it's like $20 normally, I think. That username. I'm doing good. Girl, there you go. Oh, he moved. He left. Okay, King, what do we got? Oh, girl, he has, look at his tattoos. He's kind of hot, I'm not gonna lie. I'm into the tattoos, guys. I'm into the tattoos. Thank you, Liz, I appreciate it. And we're closing the door. No, it's a simulator game. That sure it's giving straight AF though. It is. It's a simulator game. Girl, the Harvest Festival. Okay, Queen.
Sashay away.
He said, let me straight up first. He was. Now, girl, I saw how you were standing a minute ago. Wait, can I buy things from the Harvest Festival or what do we do here? Hello? No, wait, was there anything else I should buy? I feel like I don't want to buy any more movies right now. I feel like it's just too many. Are you gonna be able to hire employees at some point? That's my question. I'm like, there's a lot. I feel like there's a lot of people. Is he such a one? Yeah. Wait, where do I get the money, guys? Oh, claim. There it is. Snacks, maybe? Yes. Okay. Can we decorate this door more? Yeah. Let's see if we can decorate. We'll do a little bit. We don't have a lot, though. We have like a couple of... We can do some like frames, I guess. I'll buy the UFO, too. We'll put a UFO. Where should we put the UFO, guys? Maybe like here. Oh wait, I want to put the sci-fi. Hold on, wait, hold on. Sci-fi, maybe. You can paint the walls too. Ooh, wait, it would be right. Oh. Oh, wait, I love that color. Oh, look at the style. Oh, that's cute as shit. Wait, hold on. Oh, that's so fun. Okay, and then I feel like for the porno wall, we need something special. Okay. Let's see. Ooh. Ooh. Girl, hold on, I'm busy. Girl, hold on, I'm busy. Oh my god.
Hey, somebody.
The enchantment in my pants. Girl, oh my god. Why do people reserve pornos? That's crazy to me. You can either do, you can do the lower half a different color. Wait, I can. I want to just do all of these. Oh my god, I can do the border too. Wait, the trim. Do purple for the trim. Wait, this is looking cute. Hold on. We also want the purple app. Yes. I know, I'm in the middle of decorating. Like, stop calling, girl. Wait. She's looking good. Go above the colors? Wait, oh. Wait, wait, I'm confused. Oh, half wall. I see. There's a half wall option here. Like that. I see. I'm just gonna stick with this for now, but that's cute. Okay, let's also change the color of these, maybe. Let's do purple. I like the purple look. I think the purple's kind of fun. You know? The purple's kind of eating. The purple's kind of eating, guys. Ooh, wait, there's no purple. Wait, maybe? Oh my god, there's flooring options too. Oh. Oh, lordy Lou. Wait, there's a lot. Oh, okay. This is like scary. There's too many. Oh my god, there's too many options. Wait, what color? I don't know. No, not that green. I feel like it's too oh, no. You also just sending me multicolor? Yeah. Hollywood star Walk of Fame, baby. I think for now we'll just keep it how it was with the floor coloring, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Is the green cute? You kind of like the mauve? I know there's so many options. The mauve is cute, but then I need to change the purple. Girl, I'm busy. Oh my God.
Hey, somebody.
A green wallet in the store? Girl. Was there a wallet? I didn't see one. Yeah, we're in the middle of making important decisions here. This is gonna be the rest of the stream, guys. Let's just figure out the color. I wish there was purple as an option. I mean, the mauve is really pretty. I like the black with purple and speckles on the floor. I just feel like is there too many patterns? Is it too patterned? Mainly I'm thinking with the heartbeat. I'm like, oh my God, patterns. It's giving 90s. Wait. That's not bad, maybe. Wait, that's awesome, because I love that. Very 90 love, yeah. I feel like that's not bad. And then let's do purple. Make these all purple. You know? Girl, that's crazy. I don't think it costs money. Am I spending money on this? I don't think it does. Does it? Am I spending money? I'm not realizing how much I'm spending. I think that's kind of cute. That sign is taking me out. I know. Wait, should I change the... Yeah. Let me... You did like the four kind of like you did. I wanted to like stand out. Yellow just so you can. It's really subtle. It's really subtle, guys. Like it's really subtle. It's really, really subtle. Wait, let me buy another sign. Hold on. No, I want this one to feel very stand out. You know what I mean? Girl, why? Okay. This one's kind of funny. Let's... Hold on. So stupid. Hey, we played Fortnite yesterday, yeah. For most of the stream. We played all stream yesterday. Corntex. Wait, let me move this one. Hold on. We'll put that like here, maybe. You have one more too. Caitlin, we're playing the it's Retro Rewind. It's getting spicy in here. Guys, we do have still a little bit less of our goals, but I think we could slate them up. I have a feeling we could do it on Purple and on TikTok. Do you think we could? For both of them? That's good enough. Now I feel like I want to put the center. Hold on. That's fun. Stacey, guys, thank you for the gifties. Let's see how we're doing for the goals on TikTok. I don't even know where we're at. We are currently 50% of the way, y'all. We're halfway on TikTok, and we are over halfway on Purple, y'all. Oh, Ash, I'm glad you're here. Hopefully it wasn't too bad. Let me go through the returns. Roth gifting 5 subs.
I shake that ice.
Oh, can you?
Shake that ice.
Shake that, shake that, shake that.
I shake that ice. Shake that ice.
That was a...
Shake that.
Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. We're only 5 away now on TikTok, or on Purple, I mean. Thank you. Can we get some slays for Broth in the chat right freaking now? Right freaking now, y'all. Okay. That no pain. Oh, good. Slay, thank you so much. Getting all these. Bro, there's a lot. Okay. Okay, hands are full. Put these away. Oh. Just somebody put away. And guys, we're almost at 60 followers too on TikTok. All right, y'all. Purple's slang, so TikTok, we might have to catch up a little bit, but I think we can. As well. Thank you for the gift. Mythical, welcome in. Well, yes. Wait, I actually love how this looks. Wait, do you want to see if we can paint these too? Hold on. Ooh. I wish you could change the color of them, though. Wait, I kind of like the blue, maybe. Like, there's no other color option for them, you know what I mean? That's kind of fun, though. That's kind of fun, though. Okay, I feel like we're good. Should we open? Paige, thank you for the roses. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Hi, Nix. How are you? This is crazy. The porn here option is so funny. Wait, I did? Oh, wait, was it the porno? No, I got the porno. Oh, here. Do you think you're the heart me? Yeah, we'll get there. I will get there. Girl, what do you want? Okay. Yes, where is it? The strong man. Here. Here you go, queen.
Wow.
What's going on? We're playing a little simulator game today. You, Cassie? Yeah. We might play more of this later this week for sure. We got a bunch of returns. Let me check this guy out first. Oh, Lordy Lou. Okay, 451, 2, 3, 4, and 50 cents. No. We do actually Discord for it. Yes. Hi, T. How are you? Oh. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. What I thought, buddy. That's what I thought, buddy. Hey, Queen. Welcome back. Okay. I love her. She's fun. She's fun. T, thank you for those donuts. Can we get some slaves for T? We're dropping those donuts right now. Thank you so much. For the 11. That's crazy. Thank you. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. I would go all the time. I know. Paige, thank you for the 5 roses. Thank you. Thank you. So appreciate it. You guys are slaying. Hi, KXY. Girl, you have to wait another minute. Just give me a second, okay? All right, what do you want? What do you need? I have the movie The Android I Was Watching reserved. Yes, it's over here. Here you go, girl. Enjoy. Ooh. No pornos for you. Okay, 1, 2. I keep thinking that these are pornos that they have, but they're not. But they're not. T, thank you for the Zesty Mint too. Her. He wants a slushie. The slushie thing's kind of annoying. Okay, hold on. So do you get to hire employees?
Hey.
Do you want grape? What did you want? Eventually, I need like somebody working the main menu here. You know what I mean? Yes. Okay. Thank God. Also, hi Zane. How are you? Nope. 50. Less money. Oh, there we go. You have to get to a certain level. Oh, the adult version of cool math games. It kind of is. 1, 2, 3. Nope. Oh my God. Poetry is dead. Was she? Oh, she didn't reserve it. She wants a copy of it. Girl, please tell me we have it. I don't got it, girl. Sorry, Queen. We don't have it. Bye. Hi, Becky Bear. How are you guys? Thank you for the heartbeats. I appreciate it. Ooh, My Sorcerer, a Woman's Fantasy. Wow. Well. My. My. 1, 2, 3, and 50. Literally. You love Blockbuster? I never went to a Blockbuster ever in my life. Ever. The only thing I used to do is the Netflix, like, you know, you could rent out shit on the Netflix, what do you call it? Before Netflix was Netflix, you know what I mean? Yeah, Redbox or whatever. Zane, thank you for the roses. Oh. Girl, hold on. Let me check these guys out first. But yeah, I never went to Blockbuster. I don't think, when did Blockbuster close? We just didn't have one in our town, I don't think. We used to get our movies from Walmart, I think, too, maybe? Didn't Walmart have like a rent, whatever, maybe? What's an orange slushie? Okay, girl. I feel like Walmart had like a renting thing. Like Netflix, when they shipped out DVDs, yes, so they used to have, like, at stores, they had, like, vending machines, basically, where you could pick out a movie. And I remember at my Wegmans, they had one, and you could rent out a movie from, like, the Netflix thing. It was Redbox, I guess, but it was with Netflix. Wasn't it with Netflix? I don't know if it was just Redbox or it was Netflix separate. Were they separate things? Maybe they were separate things. I'm thinking of them being the same thing. Do you think they have the mustache? Separate? Oh, were they? Okay. I also remember ordering stuff from Netflix and having it shipped to my house and stuff.
Hi.
Okay, hi. Big army man there. Hello. Yeah, Savage Vibe. Paige, thank you for the mustache too, guys. Thank you. I can't find movies. All the shelves are empty. Yeah, girl, because I'm trying to do 18 things at once. Fuck. Like, hold on. Oh my God. Why do we have so many customers? Oh wait, I'm panicking. Oh my God. Hold on. I'm stressed. Okay. Hold on. Just wait a second. God damn. It's because of the festival? Oh my God, that's why. 1, 2, 3. Go. Girl, what do you want? I swear so you have I go. Bye. I don't have time for you. Oh my God. I don't have time for this. Bye. Okay, I think we're good. Having the same crash outs. I would be so stressed. She said, leave. Paige, thank you for the donut. I appreciate it. We're getting closer with our goals, y'all. I think we can hit both of them. I do believe it. I'm watching the new stuff that's been coming out, Haley. So Euphoria. What else? Mostly Euphoria. The Boys. I think the new episode of The Boys comes out. Is it tonight? No, tomorrow. Aqua, thank you. I know. Her. Oh God. Oh my God. The Pit. Yeah, The Pit. I'm watching. That's the porno. Wait, hold on. Porno's gotta go on the special shelf. Hold on. What do you want, girl? Yes. Enchanter in my pants. There you go, freak.
Ooh.
Does it give you anxiety? No, not really. Not really. Kid from New York. Wait, what? Sorry, Pokeboss, what was it? Are there bombs going off? What's happening? Why is Where's Waldo here? What the fuck's going on? There are bombs going off, and why is there Where's Waldo? Help! Oh, fireworks. Okay. What is happening? Oh my God, there's so many people. What do you want? A rainbow slushie. Okay, gay. Jesus. Dang, are you busy? I know. Oh my God, give me the fee. Come here, girl. I missed the fireworks because of this. Girl, I missed the fireworks. Damn. Fortnite Dad, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. It did. Kayla, thank you for the follow too. Harriet. Oh, I see with those donuts going crazy right now. Are you kidding me? Thank you, Batty. Doomsday's upon us. All right. Girl, what do you need? I don't have anything. You gotta go. Whatever. Yeah, bye, bitch. We're closed.
A single mom
Katie
who works 2 jobs, who loves her kids and never stops, with gentle hands and the heart of a fighter. I'm a survivor.
Thank you, baddies. Guys, I did say, Sebastian, I believe we will be able to. Yes, we're getting there. I did say if we did hit the goals today on both platforms, I will show you guys the gym pic I took for my Grindr profile today. I did say if we did it. Oh my God. I did say, but we have to hit all the goals today, so that's the only T. That's the rule. Okay, check the calendar. Hold on. There's another. Wait, we're still on the Harvest Festival? Oh my God, it's a weekend event. Oh my God, kill me. Our goal, it's here on TikTok, and then our goal on Purple, which Kat just finished out for us.
Then we go to the gay club, and who do I see as soon as I get in the door? Abby Lee Miller in her wheelchair. Yes.
Yeah, we need more movies and shelves.
Dula P. And you know what? What was that? What was that? Okay. James. Yes.
Well, yes. Okay, we need more movies and more shelves for sure. I'm gonna do 20 random movies, and I'm gonna order some more shelves too. Should I buy the bigger shelves? Maybe. I'm gonna buy. Oh wait, let's buy these ones. Jojo, have you learned nothing? Shelf 1. Shelf 2. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Now we gotta decorate. Kenzie, thank you for the biddies. This game, it's about $20, I think, right? Is what I think I read. $20, just about. Oh my God, every time I go to do something, I get a goddamn call. Sure. Guys, thank you for the gifties, I appreciate it. We did say the goals on Purple Sodaja's TikTok, y'all. And then we have, oh, what's going on? We put the porno back over here. Okay. We got the 2 naughties. We got the 3 naughty. We got the 4 naughties in a row. Thank God. 4 naughties in a row, y'all. I've noted. Wait, I think that they. Okay, I do see that it like almost auto sorts it for you. I did notice that. Emily, thank you. I do see that it like auto sorts it for you when they stick them out. I just noticed that. I just clocked that, guys. Broken. Damn. So that you can like set up like a whole thing. Like all these dramas. Broken. Okay, so let's put the dramas on 1. Because now I can start doing it that way. I didn't even realize it did that. Googly, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay. We have multiple horrors. Okay. So now we can start organizing by category, I guess. Category is horror. Category is horror. Okay, there's more. I'm doing good, Jax. How are you? Oh, I want these two. These two. Okay, we're gonna have too many, I think. Okay. Sci-fi now. Hold on. Guys, thank you for everyone with the donut. Anything for the follow. Today we're doing we're playing a similar game for a little bit. We were playing Minecraft, but we swapped to this for a little bit for funsies. Bro, god damn it. Okay, let's did I buy more? Oh my god, I did. Oh! Oh! Okay, let's try and get all the horrors together. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's one horror that I can't grab there. Oh! I know, people keep bringing these goddamn tapes. I'm trying to like grab the ones. Really? I'm in the middle of something. Oh my god. Girl, just every damn time. I'm already stressed. What? Yes, I'll get you gumball robots, bitch. Just wait a damn minute. Okay, I think I can just carry the rest of them. This is fine. Drama. Sci-fi. 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 Drama. Horror. This one's reserved. So damn demanding. If you scroll, you can scroll through. Oh, see, you gotta love that. Okay, let's buy 10 random movies too. Okay, I bought everything. Oh, they're all sci-fi. Jesse with a follow, I appreciate it. Wait, I like that I'm like organizing them now like this. Oh, this is perfect. Oh, it's perfect, baddies. It's perfect. Hi, Rocket, how are you? Okay, let's see how we're doing on TikTok, y'all. All right, we're just 5K away on TikTok from you guys if you want to see that picture. So we're very close. I'm doing so good. Ooh, since you all want to see it so bad. Okay, we have all of our stuff. I don't have any more money. I only have $17, so we got to open. So we got to open. We got to open. Let's see how we do. Sharky, thank you for the follow. I know they're working 24/7 here. Oh, oh. It's Harvest Festival time, so it's busy. I don't normally run adult movies, but I'm feeling a bit wild. Do you have one to recommend? Oh, do I?
Look out. I think Moto likes
Oh shit, we're out of them. No! Hold on, let me find you one.
Here he comes.
Let me find you one. Hold on, Batty. We got one right here. The Enchanter in My Pants. I don't know, Samantha. We'll see. I give him the Enchanter in My Pants.
Across the galaxy. Who loves her kids and never stops.
From Jobs, yeah, I gotta do that. You reminded me.
In the heart of a fighter.
Oh God.
I'm a survivor.
The what? Oh, this guy was getting he got all of them. Okay. He just got another one too. Thank you so much, Aqua. That's so kind of you. Can we get some slaves for Aqua? I know. Hi. Oh my God, he wants a grape slushy too. Girl, can you not tell we're busy? I have no idea who Mima is, Cade. No idea who that is. Slay, enchant my pants. Well. $2. Okay. Who's Mima? I don't know who that is. Her. She's from a TV show. I don't know what TV show. I guess customer loyalty doesn't. Girl, you have 2 late fees. Bitch, get out of here. My God. Paige, thank you for the 4 donuts. I appreciate it. Oh, was on movies? I know. I'm clocking it. I'm like, ooh. 10, 15, 16. There you go. Oh. Okay, hold on. Hold on, everybody. I'm getting all the horror movies back. Rewind. Females from Young Sheldon, you mean? Is that who we're talking about? Like, what's her face? The lady from Ghostbusters? Are we talking about the lady from Ghostbusters? I love her cat sweater. Okay, wait, T. Wait, what do you want? Hold on. I feel like crying. A sad drum movie trick. No. Girl, just go cry. Girl, just go cry. Girl, just go cry at this point. Like, what do you want me to tell you here? Like, I can't help you. Cannot be bothered. And what about for you? Okay, one for you. Oh my gosh. Oh my God, we're gonna have popcorn soon. Oh. I also love that the slushie's going into the bag. Bye, Biggie. No worries. Oh my gosh, go, go, go. Do what you gotta do. We'll see you later if not. We'll be live tomorrow as well. Probably tomorrow's gonna be Fortnite day, as per usual. I'm waiting for the release of Poetry is Dead. Girl, I don't know if it's here right now. I don't know, girl. I'll have to look. Okay, I'm in the middle of something. I gotta get more stuff on the shelves here. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, we got sci-fi here. And I'm gonna have to hire help here. I don't have staff yet. Paige, thank you guys. I see you guys with all the gifties. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you for all the love. Okay, let me get the other horrors. This is like stressful. I'm stressed. Okay, hold on. Give me money. Oh my God, the bombs are going off again. One for you. What do you got for me, Queen? Take him out a little faster. The fireworks are crazy. The fireworks are actually crazy. Go see the fireworks real quick. Can I see them? Oh. Damn it, I just missed him. God damn it. Oh my God, this sucks. We literally just missed them. I'm gonna pass out. Hello? This guy's still waiting for the poetry thing. I don't think I have it. Oh my God. Like, let me see if I have it. Hold on. Hold on, King. I don't think I have poetry. Ugh. Ugh. He wants the poetry shit. I don't think I have it. Okay. Yeah, girl, I don't have it. I don't tell you. More like Waterworks. I know. All right, Queen. 10, 15, 16. Get out of here. Oh my God, that was a crazy day. Damn. All right, guys, we got 10 minutes left to stream baddies. We got a snack shelf. Oh, shit. New movie released today. We have a snack shelf. Wait, where's the snack shelf? I bought the snack shelf. Why is it the 4th of July every day? Your Pizza Hut was actually so gross. Wait, in your life, or you mean like from something else? Where can I put this? Snack shelf. Paging for the donuts. Yeah, I gotta check the calendar. Thank you. I have nothing to claim. I don't see any other things to claim. New release day though. Okay, new releases. The color violet. I'll buy 5 of them. How do I get snacks? Wait, how do I get snacks, guys? Is there like a thing for food? Like I have a snack shelf, but how do I get snacks for the shelf? Oh, I have them? Okay. I guess I had them already. I had no idea. I'm just paying for them individually. I see. Okay, cute. Crunchzilla. Oh, I should buy a new... Can I afford the new movie? Wait, hold on. I can't afford the new movie one yet. I don't have money for it. Okay, your new releases are going to go here. All right, let's get these back on the shelves. Ooh. Paige, thank you so much for the donuts. I see you, Paige. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, we hit the donut goal, y'all. Thank you, thank you. I don't know how close we are to the full goal. Oh no, but we'll take a look here in a minute. Grabbed. Slay. Hands are full. Where's sci-fi? Meow, 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 meow. This is like, it's like stressful, but not. Oh no, I don't want that one. Ah, okay. Whatever. Let me get the rest of the sci-fi first. Do I only have one sci-fi? That's weird. That's weird. Katie, guys, thank you for the Zesty Bins. I appreciate it. Guys, I do hope you're having a fabulous afternoon, by the way. Thank you for sticking around and hanging out for this. And I hope you're enjoying. Okay. Dramas first. We still have a ton of movies not in at all. I'd watch you pour molasses. Oh, stop it. Oh my God, the horror movies are coming in now. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Hands are full. Okay. Horror. Adult. 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 Oh, adult. Adult. Horror. Horror. If you press B, you can change the color of shelves and things. You can decorate them that way. Emily, relax, crap, guys. Thank you for the gifties. I appreciate it. Is this guy waiting outside? I wish this was faster. This takes like, girl. Okay. Whew. Should we buy more movies? Do I have? I don't know if I have enough to buy more movies. Let's see if I can. I don't have enough to buy the movie Bun. I don't have enough. I'm too broke, guys. I don't have enough. I could buy some of the more of the new movies. I'll buy 3 more of the new ones. Girl. Hey, I found a box of movies. We'll clean up my closet. Hey, look at that. Look at that, bitches. We didn't do anything. They said, actually, wait, why is this in my, oh, we have also the poster. We'll put the poster here because it's the new one. Yeah, I saw some of them. Of course, I'm full. 1 left. Drama. This is new. Drama, science fiction. Drama, horror. Oh my God, wait. Okay, 1 last here. Girl, this was stressful. Okay. We haven't even opened yet. I feel like the restocking time is what takes 18 million years. All right, guys, we are just officially like 2.5K away from slaying our goal for the afternoon, and then we will see the picture, I guess. But this will probably be the last day that we run in the on this for the day, probably. Oh, actually, let me save too. Hold on, just in case. Hi, Vivek, how are you? Oh my God, hello. What's going on? Something on the calendar you said? I see tasks. Popping off, sell 20 cotton candies. Oh, there are, oh wait, I can scroll down. Oh my God, wait. Oh my God, wait, we have more money now. Oh my God, wait, we are rich now. Let me save it though. Let me save it for now. We'll save it for now. Okay. Let's open up. Guys, thank you for the gifties. I really appreciate it. Okay, we're open. It's 8 a.m. Let's do it, kids. My God. Rod, thank you for the hand heart. Guys, I have to pee. Hi, hold on. This is becoming mixed for a minute. Fine. Money, please. Go piss, girl. This, well, we're gonna end stream after this day, so we'll piss after that. Girl, I don't want to help you. Just figure it out yourself. Like, I don't want to. I'm not giving movie recommendations. Okay, this isn't Letterboxd. All right, this isn't Letterboxd. Hi, Taylor. Thank you for the head of mustache. Thank you, guys. And 11, 12. Thank you for the follow, Natalie. Welcome in. Late fee. Yeah, that's what I thought, girl. 36. Oh my God. 20, 30, 35, 36. Mean, thank you for the dolphin. Her. Charge fee. Well, it is what. Yeah, that's what I thought. Can you not charge them the fee? I feel like if you don't charge what's the point? Thank you for the finger heart. I appreciate it. Hi, relax. It's craft. Guys, I'm so locked in. I'm like, I feel like I have to lock in hard on these games sometimes. I'm like, okay, girl. Nayla, thank you for the cactus shuffle too. Wait, those are so cute. I was just starting downpouring. It was 2 minutes ago. Oh my gosh, who would not charge? Yeah, like why would you not charge? Okay, it's kind of quiet in here. Hold on. Do I need to hand out flyers? That hurt. Ooh. Oh, sorry. Wait, girl, wait, come back. Hi, Sim Bunny. I am. How are you? Let me restock some here. This was the adult film. Oh my god. Any more porn? No, I don't know if today's the day we can get more porn or not. It's Tuesdays and Thursdays we can get more porn. Tuesdays and Thursdays. I didn't see what day it was. This guy's checking out 3 porn movies. Okay. It's much calmer now. The Harvest Festival's over. The Harvest Festival was stressful as shit. My God. They are Tuesdays and Thursdays. Wow, Peter Griffin. Do you have the goldfish one? No, what is that one called? Moopsie, we might play more of this. Yeah, this may be a good game to like play on our like random days, you know? I don't think we're done playing it for sure on stream. It's doing well on TikTok for us too. It's like, not great on purple weirdly, but that's okay. But I don't mind playing it, you know? One of this. One of these. What does she want? Hold on. A Poetry is Dead. Let's see if we have a copy of it, girl. Right here, girl. Just pay it. Go. Like, can you not look? Like, girl, can she not look? Like, hello? Like, it would take her 2 seconds to look. Give her the follow. Sharky, oh, is that, wait, are those the codes for them? Their eyes are crazy in this game. Their eyes remind me of the, what's it called? Oh my God, the drug dealer one. What's that one, y'all? I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head right now. I can't remember the name off the top of my head right now. She wants a slushie.
Oh.
Schedule 1, yeah. Schedule 1, that's the one. That's the one. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 25 cents. Francesca, this is called a retro rewind. You run like a VHS store. I'm home alone tonight. The perfect time to watch something spooky. Yeah, girl, sure. Here you go. Enjoy.
Oh.
Does that give me like more XP or something when I do that? $10, $15, $16, $17, $18, $19. The YouTube thumbnail face, he did. Be kind, rewind. Yeah, you get more XP for helping them. Oh, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I don't like slushies. Can I say, is that controversial to say? I've never been a fan. I don't like them. Gasp. I know. I don't know. I don't really love it. Paige, give me the finger hearts. Hold on. What do you want, girl? Do you have a super cool science fiction movie to watch? I'm a huge geek, I know. I don't know. Girl, I can't help you right now. Yeah, we'll see if I have enough money for him. 1 and 50. The cream soda one? Wait, cream soda slushy?
Her.
I just don't really, I don't know. Every time I've had a slushy, I don't know. I don't like it. Like if I'm at, hi Royal, how are you? It's good to see you. If I'm at a place that's like selling a slushy, I will never pick a slushy. The corn sells like crazy. We're out of stock. We're out of stock of it. They give me heartburn. Was my fave? Ooh. I'm always like, give me a crisp Diet Coke. You know what I mean? I don't know. Watching more movies helps me with my insomnia, makes me fall asleep fast. Do you have a bad film I could rent tonight? Sure, let me see. She wants a bad horror film. Of course, he's Bad Critic, maybe? Is that it? That one. There you go.
Oh.
Like the fruity ones? Gay. I'm doing good, Royal. Your birth video? What? High Hope. It says Dr. Pepper. Your birth what? Okay. $2 for you, Queen. Oh. See you later, Queen. Wait, was it not Tuesday? No, it's Sunday. I'm doing good, Steph. How are you? Alexis, thank you for the heart me. Thank you for the heart me. Oh my God, we're almost to level 5. Are you kidding me? Oh, that's BS. Oh, that's BS. It basically is. It basically is. Bum, bum. Oh my God, guys, we're so close. Oh my God, it's crazy. On TikTok. You're welcome, King. What was I gonna buy? We do have to wrap up here shortly, baddies. Do you think I remember? Girl, no. Let me restock the shelves, though, and see where we're at. Your store is Divalicious. I know. She's Divalicious, honey. Rewind. Are you, Alexis? I had that for a while. For me, too. McDonald's Sprite itches your brain. It's like a special thing. Oh, this one's reserved. Guys, thank you for the cookies. I really appreciate it. Reserved. Ugh. The monotony of it all. I'm trying to get the rest of the horror. Okay. Here we go. Horror done. We are gonna have to have like a mixed media one, I think. Unfortunate. Sharky, I'm not gonna be able to remember those, Betty. I'm gonna have to like copy them down. We'll just have to wait maybe to get them, or I'll try my best. Kind of sad. Sam, thank you for the gifties. I appreciate it. Oh, you're Pokemon Guide? Do I get you? Do? Hell yeah. I want to put down Sprite so bad. You can have us change a good way. That's good though. That's amazing. Something you love about it for sure. Yes, actually, I can't. It won't let me change it. Unfortunately, because there's drops with Minecraft on TikTok, I can't change the like title. I can't change the category of the stream. It's really annoying. I don't know why it does that. It's so silly. So silly. Cam, you did? Okay, crazy. Which picks? All right. Did we hit? I don't think we hit the goal yet. Did we hit it? Did we hit it? I haven't looked on the thing yet. Drama. Oh, wait. I want the new ones to go on this. Poetry's Dead is not going on there, though. Ooh, you. Nice event. We're very close. Oh, my God. That's crazy. Oh my God. I want the God of War SR so bad, Kim. I'm so jealous of you right now. I'm glad, Jazzy. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Reserved. Wait, did I have another reserve that I wasn't? There we go. That's crazy. More dramas. And then we have the 2 adult films back. I will say this is, I don't love this monotonous like stalking is crazy. Jesse, thank you for subbing. I so appreciate it. Okay, let me see what else we got. Only 2 came back. I know. Okay, what are the SKUs for them? Let me see how much they are. Because Flaming Hot, they're way too expensive. What were the SKUs from? Key, thank you for the gifties and thank you guys. Guys, thank you so much. Holy cow. Okay, what is it? 69440181. Girl. And you know what? I did it. Okay. Smoking my goldfish, baby. What's the other one? The Saucy Sheriff Delivery. Bought Soaking my goldfish is crazy. What's the this anymore? Those are crazy. That's wild. That's wild. Wait, there's more. Oh my God, look at all of these adult films. Oh, wait, the infection in my pants? Bad uncle under arrest. Bad octopus under arrest. Bad surgeon under arrest. Officer, let my performer go. You caught my frying pan. You caught my inmate. Officer, let my syringe go. The award role-playing. You caught my bathtub. The pumpkin role-playing. Officer, let my rooster go. You caught my doll. The shipmate role-playing. Bad crystal ball under arrest. Officer, let my android go. Officer, let my mailman go. Girl, these are crazy. The loaf role playing. You caught my clown. Chocolate covered bowl. My sweet and tasty monster. My sweet and tasty monster. Yeah, sure. My sweet and tasty monster. Oh, that's in. Wait, was that say grip my dinosaur by the tip? Oh. Okay. Well. Damn. You have money in the calendar, do I? I do. I got $100. See if there's any more. $100. Wait, what is the next day? What's wrong? Meteor shower? Oh my God. Crazy names. Crazy names. These are wild. Oh, is it? Thank you for the finger hearts too. Okay. All right, we're gonna do one day left. We're gonna open up for this one day and then we're done after this one, okay, y'all? Because I do have to get off after this, okay? Because I may have plans later, actually. Oh, we know that's not chocolate. Grip my dinosaur by the tip.
Hey.
You gotta eat. I know, I do have to eat. The Haunting. Wait, where is it? There.
Ooh.
No, not spicy plants. Sebastian, think it was spicy plants. I'm just seeing them. No, it's just with a friend. Not spicy. Not spicy. You freaks. Wait, so the ground gym pick. We didn't hit the goal yet on TikTok. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, George. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 50. Yeah, people are crazy. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Hey, you haven't returned any.
You are gay.
Girl, that scared me. Girl, that scared me. No, Mallard, where? On what website? I can't go on the Pokemon Center website. I'm still banned. IP banned on the Pokemon Center website, so I can't go on there. Hi. Looks so good. I know. I can't go on the Pokemon Center website. Brittany and Brooke, thank you for the follows. On the damn Pokemon Center. Ever, thank you for the sub. Use a VPN. I'm IP banned, guys. What did you do? We were live on stream and I was trying to get the early access pre-orders. Okay, pre-orders, and while it was happening, it kept saying we got finally through the line, and it was saying like refresh the page, and so I kept refreshing it, and I guess because I spam refreshed, they thought I was a bot, and I got IP banned. And so now if I try and go on the Pokemon Center website, it says I'm permanently banned, and I can't go on it, and that's the tea. Damn, that's crazy. Do we beat the bosses on Minecraft? No. No, Thursday night. Oh, no, wrong one. $1. Girl, what do you want? What do you want? Invasive inmate. Okay. Wait, where is it? Oh, it's right here.
Oh.
So can you appeal that? I guess so, yeah. But I went to appeal it and the wait time was 7 hours and then it took 24 hours and they finally emailed me and said, you have to resubmit again. And I was like, damn, okay. Hi, Jay, how are you? I was like, damn, whatever. Clocked. Okay, she wants a, oh my God, raspberry girl. $7 hours. So you don't want to forget that. Majestic defeat the lightning bolts. Basically. Noted. Noted. What do you have, girl? New release movie? Yeah, girl, over here. Take one of these. There you go, queen. There you go, queen. There you go, queen. I like that it's slower right now, okay? Maybe there's exactly mean. Guys, thank you for the gifties. I appreciate it. What about you, Coral? Intergalactic monster. There it is.
Whoa!
This is Chris. Thank you. Hi, Nick. How are you? $0.50. Blocked. I think we hit the goal, y'all. I think you guys get to see the picture. When is the Jazzy? It's on Thursday, actually. On Thursday. Hold on. We'll end with it. Disco out of tune.
Wow.
Bum bow. I figure you're gonna want all of it. Oh no. Thank you guys also for saying the goal. It does mean a lot to me. Thank you guys.
It's where I belong, down at the Pink Pony Club.
Add to your release. I know. Don't worry. After this day ends, we're at 5:58. You shall see. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Picture of what? I took a gym picture for my dating profile and you guys were all like, I want to see it. So I said, well, if we slay the goals, I'll show you what it looks like. I said, if we'll slay the goals, I'll show you what it looks like. But you can't judge. You can't be rude or judge it, okay? That's the rule. Because I'm bad at taking pictures of myself. So you guys are not allowed to judge, okay? That's the rule. I can't believe I'm going to show you guys. Shit. I was happy that we were happy we were at the goal, but also I was hoping we kind of didn't, because I was like, I didn't want to show it to you. Yes, queen. Yeah, here you go.
Oh.
No take backs. Girl, we're here with you. Okay, wait, hold on. I don't even. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm showing this to you guys. Whatever. Okay, it's almost the end of the day. My face isn't in it, by the way. The instant look of regret. I know, I'm like, shit. Now I'm looking at the picture. I'm like, why am I showing this to you guys?
Hey.
Yeah, I'll go full screen. Don't worry. I'll go full screen. She want a lemon, right? Yeah. Not the faceless torso pic. Listen, you know how it is. If you're gay, you know. Okay. Girl, I gotta close. Everybody leave. Holy shit. Give me your money. 1, 2, 3. Vicky, did you? It's a good game, right? And 5. Okay, last guy. Girl, okay. Look at you. 1, 2. What do you want, dude? Poetry is dead. I don't see any over there on the shelf, so no, never mind. I can't help you in the moment. Bye. Bye. Get what you need and go. Get what you need to go. Get what you need and go, girl. Get what you need and go. Oh. Yeah, I know. What level do you hire help? Like, holy cow. Go on, get. All right. Day closed. Action. All right. Next day open. But we are... Wait, let me save real quick. Hold on. Before I go to the menu, because I forgot you have to manually save. We are done, but I'm going to show you the picture. Hold on. Won the Blockbuster. This is basically Blockbuster Simulator, y'all. All right. Baddies. That is it for today's stream, but you guys get to see the picture, which you're all so wanting to see. So, are you ready? Are you ready? I don't want to show this to you guys. I'm so nervous to show you right now. Okay, it's fine. Okay. Okay. 2 seconds you get. Happy? Okay, legs. Okay, quads. Upper legs. Happy. I literally hate taking pictures of myself. So I'm so, like, my dating profile, guys, is literally pictures of this and then that now. But me, like, sitting at this desk. Okay, baddies. All right. Listen, I love you all so much. Thank you guys also for being understanding about Minecraft. Minecraft is not going away, by the way. We are just adjusting what I'm going to do with it to make it co-op. I can't do solo Minecraft anymore. If you were not here earlier, I've decided I can't do solo Minecraft. It just is not the vibe for me. It doesn't fit what I want to do anymore. We're going to be doing, if we do Minecraft, it'll be SMP or like horror mod or something very specific, or we'll do like something like challenges with other people. You know what I mean? So Minecraft is not going away, but I need to like refigure. I have played Discounty, yeah. I have to refigure some new things with it because I just don't think I enjoy solo Minecraft much. At least not right now. I don't know. I feel like there just needs to be more for it for me. So I'm going to look into some mods and things too tonight and maybe tomorrow. But tomorrow we'll be live at our usual time. You missed the pick. I'll show one more time. One more time, okay? There you go. One more time. Selena, thank you for the follow. There it is. There it is for everybody, okay? Oh, Steph, that means a lot to me. I got by myself because I feel like I just need to play with other people or have like something going on, you know? It's too boring to just go mine every 5 seconds. You know what I'm saying? When I'm like, girl, whatever, you know? Anyways, baddies, I love you so much. We're going to finish out the live here. We will be live tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday at our usual time. The TikTok specific exclusive live that we're doing for like a special thing, I'll talk about it tomorrow on stream, but that's not till Thursday. So tomorrow we'll probably play Fortnite, have our usual good stuff, yap, and do our usual thing. But otherwise, I want to thank you for being you. I'm starving because I have not eaten on stream, so I'm going to go eat and do that. Okay, I love you so much. I'm going to end the TikTok live and we're going to raid out on Twitch. Thank you guys for being slay. Thank you for being fabulous, wonderful. You're all amazing. I'm going to end the TikTok live here. I love you lots. See you tomorrow and have a great day. Bye, baddies. Bye. All right, we ended the TikTok live, y'all. And I love you all on Twitch too. You guys are amazing. Let's go, since Jen popped into chat earlier, let's go raid Jen, shall we? And show some love. We're going to go raid Jen. Is online. I'm starving. I'm ready to eat. We're getting out of here. Take care of yourselves. Do your things. Be slay. Be fabulous. Click in to join the raid as you do. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Okay? I'll see you tomorrow. Lots of love to you guys. Bye. I love you. See you later, alligators. Having the time of your life.